Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Arthur Brooks, president of the American Enterprise Institute, and it's a real honor to begin this wonderful day that I've been looking forward to for so long. Those of you who are veterans of AEI know that we've been experimenting with different programs around the subjects of human flourishing and human happiness for several years now. These are areas of great interest to us who work in public policy, and we've been working on them very explicitly now since we started our program on human flourishing about 3 years ago. We did a lot of basic research on the pillars of the happiest possible life, the background social science, the empirical work, and we found a lot. We found what some of the greatest philosophers throughout history have found. It's actually one of the things you do in social science. You use data to prove the obvious that people have known for many years. And what we found, for example, is the pillars of meaning and happiness that people pursue are frequently simply not the right things to pursue. We know, for example, that the most common goals that people have in modern life, particularly in professional life, and especially here in Washington, D.C., are things like money, power, pleasure, fame. Of course, this goes back to St. Thomas Aquinas, who talked about these things as the substitutes for what really matters in life, God. What we found looking at the data is that the 4 pillars of the most meaningful and happy life are pretty simple: faith, family, community, and meaningful earned success that comes from the sanctification of ordinary work. These are the pillars of meaning. These are the things that create the best life for the most people. Now, AEI has pretty famously done work on many of these things, particularly on family life and on community life and on work through the free enterprise system and the American model of how free enterprise can lift people up, especially those for whom opportunity is most important at the periphery of society. Something that we've done less work on, particularly since the great Michael Novak has left AEI full-time. And Michael Novak is with us here today. Where's Michael? Michael Novak's wonderful to see him, who did some seminal work on the importance of faith in our work and in our lives. But we've done less work on faith, and it occurred to us that as a secular institution, it's important for us to talk about the importance of faith per se. So 2 years ago, we started a series talking to the most consequential leaders in faith and life around the world here at AEI. Those of you who are coming to AEI a lot, you know that on this very stage, we've had conversations with His Holiness the Dalai Lama with some frequency, who's become a close friend of AEI, a co-conspirator in the ideas of human flourishing, and a good friend and teacher to me personally. We've had the Hindu guru and the head of the Art of Living Foundation, Sri Ravi Shankar. What an interesting talk we had with him on this stage. We had Orthodox Christian leaders, evangelicals, leaders from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But it occurred to me about a year ago that the one thing that we hadn't done is to talk to the leaders of my team, the Catholic Church, and that's not right. So today, that's going to change. Today, we have a wonderful program set out for you to talk about some of the most important issues facing the Roman Catholic Church and how it impacts modern society. Whether you're Catholic or not, this is going to be an interesting day for you. In our public work on human flourishing, with the help of visionary philanthropists who have made this possible, this is a day that we're not going to forget. We have a list of incredibly impressive speakers. Later, after this first session, we're going to hear from 2 distinguished panels, one covering the implications of Catholic social teaching on anti-poverty programs, the other on the freedom of conscience and Catholicism's role in the modern public square. Bookending the day, and this is particularly exciting for me, we'll hear 2 keynote speeches from 2 extremely distinguished American bishops. This afternoon, we're going to hear from a friend of mine, Bishop Robert Barron, who's the auxiliary bishop of Los Angeles and the head of the Word on Fire Ministries, a very famous evangelist and master of the media. But first, we're going to start with Cardinal Donald Wuerl, who is our cardinal, my cardinal, here in Washington, D.C. And that's who I'm going to introduce right now. Cardinal Wuerl has served Washington, D.C. as our archbishop for almost exactly 10 years. Yesterday was his 10th anniversary serving this archdiocese. He was installed on June 22nd, 2006, and before that, he was the Bishop of Pittsburgh for 18 years. He was elevated to the College of Cardinals by Pope Benedict XVI in 2010, and in 2013, he participated in the conclave that elected Pope Francis. He's widely seen, and appropriately so, as the Holy Father's closest collaborator in the American Church. Cardinal Wuerl serves on countless influential national and international bodies. To name just a few, he's the chairman of the board of the trustees of the Basilica of the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception. He's the chancellor of the Catholic University of America. He's a member of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith and the Congregation for Bishops. Our guest has been described by the Washington Post as one of the world's most influential bishops, by the National Catholic Reporter as the Pope's man in Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the Pope's man in Washington, and welcome Cardinal Donald Wuerl.
Arthur, thank you so very, very much. And before I begin these remarks, I want to thank the president of the American Enterprise Institute, Arthur Brooks, first of all, for the gracious invitation to be here. This opportunity grew out of some conversations that we had over the year, and I'm just very, very appreciative of the fact to be invited to be able to talk about the role of the church in a pluralistic society. As I recognize the leadership of Arthur Brooks in making the discussion happen today, I want to begin with a quotation from him, because I think this quotation helps to set a tone for what I'm going to be talking about and what really is the impact of the church in our culture, our society today. This is taken from an interview you did about a year ago with National Review. Catholic social teaching is inherently challenging. That's the point of it. If it doesn't make us all a little bit uncomfortable, it won't help us reach a higher level of sanctity. Catholic social teaching is especially good at calling us to do what we already know to be right. And I think that sets the tone for what I want to comment on. But I want to recognize Bishop Barron. I want to recognize distinguished visitors, some very, very good friends. I want to say a particular word of appreciation to Dan Daniello, who is influential in bringing all of this to be. To Michael, it's good to see you. And I'm not going to mention other names because the purpose is to get into the talk, and I know that we have a whole schedule of things today. But I want to begin by pointing out that Catholic moral and social teaching, these bodies of teaching, they don't easily fit into the ideological categories or the partisan agendas of American politics today. In fact, the United States bishops, in the document we put together entitled Forming Consciences for Faithful Citizenship, we say very clearly, Catholics may feel politically disenfranchised, sensing that there is no one party and there are too few candidates who fully share the Church's comprehensive commitment to the life and the dignity of every human person. Yet the document goes on to remind all of us this is not a time to retreat. It's not a time for being discouraged. It's a time for renewed encouragement. What exactly does the Church, and her social teaching and her moral teaching, what does the Church bring to modern culture today, mindful that we're a very pluralistic and secular world? I want to tell you a story of something that happened a number of years ago. I was invited to speak at the Catholic Center at Harvard University, and the talk was on the role of faith in a pluralistic society. At the conclusion of the talk, which I thought addressed the topic fairly well, there was a question period. And the first hand that went up, the man went to the microphone, and the moderator said to me, "Oops." He is from the law school, and he's a self-identified atheist. And I said, "Well, he has his hand up." And he went to the mic, and he said, "My question is, what do you people think you bring to our society?" Now, the reference to "you people" was not just me, although I was the one standing there, but it included everybody who was in the front row, because this was an interfaith gathering, and so we had all kinds of faith traditions represented and all vested appropriately. What do you people think you bring to our culture? And since he was a lawyer, and I had always been told that a good lawyer never asks a question the answer to which he doesn't already know, I thought, "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" And he said, "No, go right ahead." I said, "What do you think this world would be like were it not for the voices of all those religious traditions that permeate our culture? What would it be like if we did not hear in the midst of all of our community things like, 'You shall not kill, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness'? What would our culture be like if we had never heard religious imperatives such as, 'Love your neighbor as yourself, do unto others as you would have them do to you'? How much more harsh would our world be if we hadn't grown up hearing, 'Blessed are those that hunger and thirst for righteousness. Blessed are the merciful. Blessed are the peacemakers'? What would the world be like if we were never reminded that someday we're going to have to answer for how we have lived in this world?" And to his credit, the man who asked the question smiled very broadly and said, "It would be a mess." And it would. What religious faith, what the Catholic Church, in her moral, in her social, and in her doctrinal teaching, brings to the public square is what the Church and faith have always brought: a recognition of the spiritual dimension of human life, of our relationship to God. Every one of us has the potential for a living relationship with God, to enter into the transcendent. It brings to us a way of life that follows on the recognition of who Jesus is and what he had to say and the way of life that he offers us. It brings to the world an ethical and moral framework that can guide our personal and our public choices. Faith with its ethical and moral imperatives has historically been a part of the fabric of our country, part of the fabric of our nation's history, culture, and social structure. And even though recently it's challenged, religious faith and its moral perspective are still not only valid, they're essential aspects, integral elements of a truly good and just society. And isn't that the goal? Isn't that the goal of politics and social interaction, to build a truly good and just society, a common good that reflects all of those deeply held values that constitute us as human beings, constitute us as people of faith, constitute us as people who do have a living relationship with the transcendent reality that is God. To explore the developments in the relationship of faith and public policy, I want to begin with a recognition that in recent years, all of us have witnessed a movement in some parts of our society away from the appreciation of the basic religious values that underpin our laws, religious values accepted and expressed by a great variety of faith communities. We've moved from that to this new assertion by a great variety of people who form opinion, public policy, that it should be articulated only by those who come out of a secular background. The assertion of the primacy of the secular also comes with its own biases, its own orientation, its own orthodoxies. The current reluctance in some quarters to recognize in public, in our civic life, that there is any transcendental religious point of reference has become a matter of preoccupation for many of us, precisely because the foundation, the unfolding of our way of life, the way of life that we have recognized in this nation from its beginning, has always assumed that good public policy that results in a good and just society, in virtuous citizens, ultimately must have some religious antecedents, some appreciation that there are moral imperatives not created by us, that there is a transcendental reference point, there's a created reality around us. We don't get to create right and wrong. I think we're all familiar, and I see so many students here from Catholic University. I don't want to give a shout out because I may be favoring my favorite university. We're all familiar with the oft-quoted selection taken from one section of George Washington's farewell address, where he speaks of the necessity and the vital part that religious faith plays in the well-being of a nation. He says, reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in the exclusion of religious principles. Today's gathering is both an example of and a contribution to what Pope Benedict XVI described when he spoke at the White House on his visit here to our city in 2008. He spoke about the opportunity and the responsibility we all have to, quote, use religious beliefs as a source of insight and an inspiration to pursue reasoned, responsible, and respectful dialogue, end of quote. One reason for the need for a deep appreciation of the limits of human action today is found in the debate surrounding life issues. Increased technological advance, the ability technologically to do so many things, to manipulate elements of human life, from genetic engineering to what is euphemistically now described as facilitating the conclusion of the natural process, tempts much of us in this modern culture to transfer authorship and authority over all life to ourselves, to collective decisions without reference to the reality, the dignity of that life itself. In a discussion with a number of media representatives, this was a number of years ago, at the time of the debate over same-sex marriage, I asked if the fundamental distinction between male and female in the generative process of the human race, as reflected in the word marriage, could be altered by legislative action, and if it could the same legislature rightly declare that for purposes of avoiding discrimination, an apple now henceforth has to be called an orange? To my wonder, the reply came back, yes. We face the daunting challenge in realizing our pledge to become one nation under God with liberty and justice for all, and where we can call people to admit that there are self-evident truths, both parts of that pledge are sometimes neglected in our divided nation, and the call to pursue liberty and justice for all, and our recognition that our unity has its source in the fact that we are all children of one God. If you don't have a starting point, if you can't admit there is something that is self-evident and that it comes from beyond us, you find yourself in that awkward position of saying, if I say it's an orange, it's an orange, even though all of your inner being is saying it's an apple. Permit me to list very briefly some realities that we face today. A culture that is losing respect for human life and dignity, family, and sacrifice for others. What we do for the common good, what we do for our children, what we do for our families. Violence and terror in our world destroys lives, targets people, and that targeting is based sometimes on race, religion, sexual orientation, or other differences. We're losing a sense of right and wrong in its very self, and the value, the intrinsic value of every human life. A second point, we have an economy that, as productive and powerful as it is, still leaves too many people behind. And where there remains persistent and pervasive poverty and growing gaps between the rich and the poor. A third point, a polarized society. I don't know whether you've listened to the news recently, but a polarized society where racial divisions, political, ideological, economic isolation, hostility to migrants, and intolerance of religious conviction are simply a part of the landscape. Being told that you discriminate because you take seriously the words of Genesis, in the beginning God created them, male and female, he created them. Being told that that's bigotry to say that out loud. A fourth element is the dysfunctional politics that too often demonstrate paralysis. Did anybody watch our Congress yesterday? Little cooperation, working towards a common good, and increasingly, and we see it in this campaign, a marked abandonment of civility. The church is not immune to this either. There's a polarization and division among elements within the church. Sadly, some Catholics identify more with their own political party, ideology, and interests rather than with the obligations that flow from the gospel itself and the words of Jesus and the teaching of the church in her social and moral teaching. Nonetheless, our conviction is that the place of religion and religious principles enhance, they don't diminish our search for the common good. They enrich, they don't threaten pluralism in public life. Otherwise, politics can be just about power, money, expediency, and the contest of very narrow interests. This may be a way to explain the paralysis and the mess we face if we don't have solid moral and social justice principles to guide us. Without principles rooted in morality and ethical integrity, there's a very real danger that human choices can be motivated solely by personal convenience and, under the banner of political correctness, gain a following. Law can become a matter of might, who has more power, money, votes, rather than right, what we actually ought to do. Our conviction also seeks to persuade our fellow citizens there are fundamental truths against which our judgments, our legislative decisions should be measured, and to which we all are called to conform. This is not an imposition of narrow moral judgments, but a recognition of right and wrong, of fundamental basic human realities, which we as human beings did not create, and we certainly can't recreate. To speak out against racial discrimination, social injustice, threats to the dignity of human life, to speak out is not to force values upon our society, but rather to call it back to its own long accepted moral principles and traditional commitment to defend basic human dignity and life. The fact that these long accepted moral principles are also shared by people of a great variety of faith communities or by those who share no faith shouldn't be seen as a threat. We should recognize this as a blessing, that there are so many people who recognize deep down, we don't create this world in which we live. We don't create the moral order in which we live. We don't create the frames of reference by which we act. It's a given, self-evident, our founding fathers said. Not far from here, in 1634, excuse me, when 150 English settlers disembarked from two small boats, the Ark and the Dove, on St. Clement's Island in southern Maryland, following their journey, a hazardous journey across the Atlantic, they did more than simply erect a cross and say Mass. They initiated something that is foundational to the American experience. Those brave women and men established the first settlement on this continent to guarantee religious liberty to the inhabitants. In a series of founding documents, it was made clear over the years, articulated over and over again, we're a free people, and the sovereignty of God and God's law we recognize in our personal and in our societal life. The conviction has long been a cornerstone of the American experience, and it finds expression in those deep-seated convictions referred to as self-evident truths, and that we have inalienable rights. And these rights are demonstrated in the law of nature and come from nature's God. It hasn't been easy. For example, in 1704, the little brick chapel built by those same intrepid colonists in southern Maryland was closed, and the freedom of religion for the Catholic inhabitants of the colony was revoked. Despite such early struggles, the recognition of the transcendent values, such as the dignity of human life, the recognition of right and wrong, the place of the common good, all remained at the heart of the American experience. These values can offer us today a common pathway beyond partisan polarization and ideological alienation. In many ways, the early history of American Catholicism on the banks of the Potomac captures the trials and persistence of our understanding of religious freedom and the role of faith in society. By invoking religious liberty, we do something fundamental, basic, atavistic in our culture. And when we do this, it's not to ask for special treatment or privilege. We safeguard and encourage religious freedom, not so that Catholics can practice their faith privately, safe from interference, but so that we can vigorously and publicly serve the common good. Serve the common good that is the foundation of our good and just society and all of us living in a pluralistic society. As I noted in my 2015 pastoral letter, Being Catholic Today, our religious liberty, quote, contributes to the deepest good of humanity because it is this freedom which has historically enabled religious believers to make their own particular contribution to the common good. When we stand up today, when we stand up in the public arena today, when we stand up in the courts today for the identity, the integrity, the freedom of our ministries, we do so not to protect a narrow privilege, but to uphold the American constitutional guarantee and to protect our right, our duty, to serve the least of these and promote the common good without violating the teaching of our faith. It's as simple, as basic as that. A free people, free to live according to their faith, according to the teachings of their faith. We've become accustomed over centuries to hear in the words of the church and faith communities the voice of conscience. What do we bring? What do we bring to our culture? What do we bring to our age? What do we bring to our society? What do we bring to our world today? The voice of conscience. Historically, there's been a constant flow of Catholic moral and social teaching that we regularly date in terms of social teaching, in terms of a body of consistent social teaching. We date from Pope Leo XIII in 1891 with his encyclical Rerum Novarum on the condition of the working class. But following that were encyclicals of Pius IX, John XXIII, Paul VI, significant documents from St. John Paul II, on through Benedict XVI's encyclical God is Love. And Pope Francis continues in that same vein with his encyclical Laudato Si on the care of our common home. My purpose in noting these encyclicals is to highlight the continuity that we find in an unbroken line that has persistently nurtured the consensus that we call the social doctrine, the social teaching of the Church. And it's grounded in the basic concern for the dignity of each human person, the common good, including authentic human freedom and justice. And in the midst of the ideological combat and polarized politics, Catholic social teaching makes connections. It tries to build bridges that bring the elements of our culture together around the idea of a common good. It's a nuanced teaching. It's complicated, and it's very difficult in an age of sound bites and 140 characters. It's hard to get the point across, especially when you know that on your website, if it's not there in 3 clicks, you're gone. But nonetheless, it is the voice, the consistent voice of Catholic social teaching, of Catholic moral teaching, that offers us a way to build bridges. I see here in the audience, and I recognize he's on the program for later on, a good friend, John Carr. He's been saying for years, and I hope you don't mind me quoting you, that the most important word in Catholic social thought is and. A-N-D, and. Our teaching begins with a fundamental commitment to protect human life and dignity, to promote human rights and responsibilities, family and community and the individual, dignity of work and rights of workers, solidarity and subsidiarity, care for the planet and the people on the planet. Catholic social teaching can guide principled thinking, acting, and advocating, but we must be careful not to reduce it to simple proof texts that we add when we're in the midst of a discussion. Rather, these principles, they should challenge all of us. They should test our assumptions of the positions we hold, and they should offer criteria for assessing assessing the actions that we and our culture are taking, so that it's not just business as usual, somehow baptized because we sprinkled a few scriptural quotes throughout the text. Religion and gospel values are not optional extras in the effort to build a common good and a better world. They're essential. We can't divide personal morality and ethics from political and societal life any more than we can separate spiritual values from human values. It's unnatural. It's unhealthy. It's schizophrenic. Closer to the truth, it brings devastation to our society and eventually to the person. Science and technology have brought humanity enormous progress, and we should rejoice in that. The very fact that we're in a room that has climate control and plenty of lights is something we're grateful for. But science and technology by themselves can't save us. Grounded in the material, they ultimately do not provide the vision that we need for a truly full, rich human life that includes a relationship with God, with the transcendent. Science without ethics, art without spirituality, technology without human moral values all remain branches in search of a life-giving vine. All of the branches have to be connected to the vine of truth. And this includes religious faith and the wisdom that religious faith brings to our society. Technology and science can provide us the ability to do many wonderful things. And they have, in fact, extended far beyond the dreams of even a generation ago, our capacity to accomplish all kinds of things. But what human technology and science cannot answer is the fundamental, basic human question: ought we to do everything we can do? The question that this generation, and especially all of you young people from university and those of you who are entering into the life of our society today, the question you face is reduced to a simple but highly sophisticated one. Is what we can do always what we ought to do? At the heart of the contribution of the church to public square, to the public life, and therefore to public policy, is the recognition that it's not by bread alone that we live. The well-established separation of church and state, as recognized in the First Amendment, does not mean, as it is sometimes now being interpreted, as a separation of moral, religious, and ethical values from public discourse, national debate, or public policy. Pope Francis and Catholic social thought offer us a reference point of hope, not fear. Essential protection for the unborn, the vulnerable children, welcome for immigrants, promotion of the family, a priority for the poor, and a pursuit of the common good. These are all elements of the voice of the church, the conscience of our community, saying this is what we should be looking at. This vision is complex, and it's not reducible to sound bites, and it is certainly not recognizable in the rhetoric of this campaign season. But it is nonetheless the solid foundation for human flourishing and principled building of a good and just society. Pope Francis has also been very clear on the duty of Catholics and all people of goodwill to participate in the civic and public life. In harmony with the U.S. bishops, he declared, "Let us not forget responsible citizenship," this is a quote, "is a virtue, and participation in political life is a moral obligation. None of us can say, I have nothing to do with public life. No, he goes on, we're responsible." End of quote. Politics, according to the social doctrine of the Church, is one of the highest forms of charity because it serves the common good. but it has to be a political engagement motivated by conscience and recognizing the place of the common good in our determinations. Politics remain a lofty vocation. This is a quotation from the Holy Father in Evangelium Gaudium. I beg the Lord, he said, to grant us more politicians who are genuinely disturbed by the state of our society, the people and the lives of the poor. Pope Francis in Catholic teaching emphasizes that lay women and lay men are called, quote, to live and spread the faith in their families, workplaces, schools, neighborhoods, and beyond, to be a leaven of the love of God in society. What do we bring? What do we bring to the common good? What do we bring to the society, to the culture, to our world today? We bring the hope that it is possible to love one another, motivated by our love of God, to create and sow hope, to proclaim the faith, not just from the pulpit, but in everyday life. What we see in the teaching of Pope Francis today is a renewed emphasis on the role of the laity. All of you here in this room, but especially you good young people. The Pope is saying to you, the Church has been saying to you, you have to be engaged. You're the ones who are responsible for the transformation and the sanctification of the temporal order. I have the easy job. I just have to preach it. You have to do it. That's what the Church has always said. The Church presents the teaching of Christ and all the obligations that come with understanding the truth and standing confident in it and being willing to engage in manifesting, building a truly good and just society. But how then do these religiously motivated faith-based values impact our community? They impact them precisely as the Pope says, because Catholics tasked with political life must keep the values of their religion before them, but with a mature conscience and competence to realize them. That's a direct quote from our Holy Father, basically saying what you already know. You know in your heart there's a right and there's a wrong. And when you begin to address issues, personal issues and societal issues, you know there's a right and there's a wrong, and the Pope is saying, bring that with you into the public order. Bring that with you into whatever vocation you choose. Bring that with you into whatever activity of life Providence is calling you to do. Pope Francis highlights very clearly, as did his predecessors in recent pontificates, that the task of renewing the temporal order is the task of the laity. My young brothers and sisters here, it's your task, but it's also your joy. You have the possibility of doing much better than my generation did. You have the possibility of creating a truly good and just society. Church leadership faces this delicately balanced task, proclaiming the imperatives of the gospel and then asking that all of those who have accepted the gospel of Jesus Christ to live them out and bring them to the public order. It was my privilege to host Pope Francis here in Washington less than 10 months ago. He brought the love of Christ, the mercy of God, and the joy of the gospel to this divided capital. And for days, at least a few, we seemed like one family. Someone said to me after, why can't it always be like this? It can, but we have to lower the decimal level, and we have to increase the way in which we address each other with respect and admit that while we share varying views, the role of faith and the role of faith-articulated values is every bit who we are. At the White House, at Capitol Hill, at our cathedral, at the National Shrine, At Catholic Charities, at the Little Sisters of the Poor, the Pope offered a living, demonstrative example of just how you go about being a person who transforms the world. In his strong words and humble ways, Pope Francis called us simply to protect the lives and dignity of all, lift up the poor, welcome immigrants, and care for God's creation. I've addressed the moral limits of technology and personal choice. Clearly, a nation that destroys 1 million unborn children every year is failing a fundamental moral test. Today, some resist any restrictions on abortion on demand in the name of choice, and yet they insist that all of us should pay for that and not have a choice to resist it. All of us need to do much more to offer life-giving alternatives to mothers and children. We need to resist what Pope Francis calls the throwaway society. Recently, we decried the violence that stalks our streets, our schools, our places of recreation, our homes. Yet, we also try to avoid recognizing something very significant in our culture. For at least 2 generations, you may be, you young people, the 3rd generation that has heard the law of the land and strong, powerful, loud voices saying, it's all right to kill at your convenience, provided the victim is only 9 months old. Think of it. What type of a frame of reference is that? I once had a gathering, I was at a gathering of community leaders to deal with what were called at-risk kids, young kids. These were kids that had been assigned to our Catholic social service homes because of the violence in their lives. At this one meeting, the mayor asked one of the youngsters, why? Why do you find it so easy to be so violent? A 14-year-old. And the kid responded with an intelligence that seems to be lacking in so many other places. He said, how come you get to draw the line? How come you get to draw the line? What he was saying was, we all recognize this culture has been saying to these children for generations, it's all right to kill. We'll just tell you where to stop. Pope Francis has reminded us the measure of the greatness of a society is found in the way it treats those most in need, those who have nothing apart from their poverty. That's a direct quote. I know we have an excellent panel on poverty, and I just want to share my hope that this discussion will be an area, a fruitful area, for conservatives, progressives, Democrats, Republicans, all the rest of us, to encourage people to work together, overcoming poverty as a priority. Recognizing that I have gone way over my time limit, I'm going to bring this to a conclusion. We need to harness the knowledge, the capability, the creativity of the private sector in the service of the common good. Most of you will not end up being at the service of the church directly, but you will be at the service of the gospel of the Lord, of the common good, in all of the professions that are open to you. Pope Paul VI once said, if you want peace, work for justice. Later, it was added, if you want justice, work for social development. And then it was added, if you want social development, work for sustainable economic growth. In simple words, Pope Francis challenges us to fundamental ways. What we're talking about is the description of Catholic social teaching and what it brings to our culture. I hope these modest reflections can provide some help for those panels that are going to meet and unfold all of this much later. When everything else is all said and done, what the Catholic Church, what faith brings to the common human endeavor, is the realization that all things can be made new. Behold, Jesus said, I am making all things new. Our task is to recognize and accept the fact that we can do that. We can make this a better world. And we have the guiding principles already deep in our heart and alive in our conscience. My friends, all of us bear the responsibility to bring our religious convictions and values to address the political, economical, judicial, medical, entrepreneurial world, mindful that our task is to do not everything we can, but only what we ought to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
Thank you.
For those beautiful remarks. And now I want to turn to the audience for a couple of questions. We do have a few minutes, and following this, we're going to take a quick break and go right into the first panel. But we do have some time, and I do see some hands, and we have to turn it over to our audience. So a few ground rules. Please wait for the mic after I call on you. Stand up, say your name, where you're from, where you're studying, or what your affiliation is. And if you have a protest, please put it in the form of a question. Let's see. Let's move up here, right to the front here.
Hello, Your Eminence. My name is Louis McHale. I'm from Capital Research Center. My question is this. Cannot reason and philosophy alone bring exactly the religious faith and belief system that the Church does? The great Republic philosophers, Cicero and Seneca, they promote the exact same values that the Church does. Seneca promotes fasting. He promotes the good temperance of the body. Cicero promotes and gives the structure of the 4 cardinal virtues. Cannot reason supply exactly what the Church does?
Reason can supply. I think the only difference I would have with that position is exactly. Reason can support everything that the gospel presents, but the big difference is we're convinced that we are not just building a better world. We're not just avoiding overeating so that we can stay slim. We're not just avoiding these principles that the Stoics lived off of. We believe that we're actually building the kingdom of God, that what we're engaged in is something that carries us beyond the limits of this world and establishes already here and now something that will endure forever in eternity. That's the religious focus. That's the vision, the transcendent vision that the Church, that Revelation brings, and what distinguishes us from the world of the philosopher. Those who have had the advantage of a good liberal arts education know that philosophy is a big part of it, but philosophy is the handmaid to the theology, the understanding of the revelation. God is, and God wants us to be a part of the manifestation of his presence with us, called his kingdom.
Who's next? I was looking on this side of the room. Who's got the next question? Okay, right here in the center, please.
Richard Fafara from the Adler Aquinas Institute. Your Eminence, I was wondering if you could elaborate just a bit on courses of action that the laity and perhaps also the leadership could take vis-a-vis prominent Catholic institutions as well as individuals who seem to be distorting, undercutting, and denying the fundamental principles of Catholic social teaching.
Thank you very much for raising that. I think that every one of us has a place in articulating the gospel and trying to live it out. The best best voice, and we're seeing that in Pope Francis, is the personal witness, how we bear witness in our lives. I find that my ministry is, I believe, more effective if I work with the positive proclamation of the faith rather than seeking out and finding people to challenge. Not that that doesn't have to happen, but when we look at what, as you wisely say, what can we individually bring? I think it's our witness. Pope Paul VI, now blessed Paul VI, once said, modern man listens more to witnesses than to teachers. And if he listens to teachers, it's because they're also witnesses. I think every one of us can bear witness in our lives to what we believe, and that should impact the culture.
We'll come up here in the front. Oh, wait, we've got a mic coming up to you.
Good morning, Cardinal. Thank you. My name is Virginia, and I study economics at the Catholic University of America. Go Cardinals.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm curious to know your thoughts. So prior to Bill Clinton's Defense of Marriage Act, there was no legal definition in the United States of marriage. My question for you is it the role of our government to legally define marriage?
I think that's one of the great challenges, because some things are so atavistically self-evident. We have used the word, in whatever language, we've used the word marriage as the label of something that we all recognize. Every eons of generations have recognized a man and a woman come together and they agree they will live together and that they will be for each other and that they will generate and educate children, God willing. We said, what do you call that? And historically, in whatever language you used, they said it's marriage. And so the definition of marriage grows out of what is, just like we say, what do you call that thing that has this orange skin around it and has this wonderful tasty fruit? Well, we call it an orange. You don't have to have some scientific explanation. It's something that's a given. I think that part of the role of government, the role of collective society, is to defend those basic common sense realities, not to change them and not to confuse them. But and thanks for the shout out for Catholic U.
Thanks for the shout out for economics, too. Let's see. Are we gonna, well, it's right next to you, right there. Another student from Catholic University, I think.
Hi, I'm Ariana Petrosky, and I'm with Atlas Network. Where do you see religious liberty moving amidst the push for political correctness and the secular protection from religion, and how should the church respond?
You've touched on, thank you for raising that. You've touched on probably the most significant issue we have before us today, and that is the gradual erosion, the bleaching out of religious liberty in our culture. And it's taking many, many forms. It's taking the form of saying, well, really what we meant was you have freedom to worship as long as you keep that inside your house of worship. It takes the form of you shouldn't bring those values into the public square. That's offensive because we have our own set of norms. They're called, as you identify them, political correctness. Where it has become pernicious is we're seeing today the use of two prongs to undermine our religious liberty. One is to say, if you disagree with my position on some religious principle, you're discriminating. You're discriminating. Remember, the next word that follows is, if you discriminate, you're a bigot. And so the biggest challenge that we have in the politically correct thinking world is to exclude religiously based positions on the grounds that they discriminate against what? Against my position. But the more dangerous thing coming down the road is that's going to lead to the recognition that our institutions, schools, hospitals, social service entities, because they discriminate, they're no longer welcome. The line of language over history has been, you discriminate, you're a bigot, you don't belong here. That's the progression of thought historically, and that's what we need to be alert to. That's why this archdiocese, together with dioceses and universities, including the Catholic University of America, and Catholic charities and hospitals across this country, are in court saying, you can't define for us who we are by telling us these are the things you do that don't qualify for being a part of your faith.
Before we finish, I want to emphasize one thing that the Cardinal has brought up through his remarks, which was the importance of Catholic social teaching, of being fully Catholic, those of us who are Catholics, in our ordinary lives and our ordinary work. Washington, D.C. is a city of what do you do? Washington, D.C. is a place of achievement and pressure. And he's given us a message how Catholic social teaching should be a part of a seamless garment between what we do professionally and what's written on our hearts. And I think that we all want to take that to heart. So I want to just take the last question myself and ask the Cardinal to leave us with one last teaching for the rest of us. We're going to go back to work today, or if you're taking the day off, I think that's great because you're here at AEI. But you're going back tomorrow, I know. So, Your Eminence, would you leave us with one last lesson as we remember that Catholic teaching should be part of the sanctification of our ordinary work and permeate our lives? What's the one tangible, concrete thing you'd like me and the rest of us to remember and to do when we get back to our jobs?
Arthur, thank you. When you leave after this full day of discussion, I hope you'll carry with you something that you would have learned early on in your faith life. You count, and you can make a difference, and it is possible to renew the face of the earth. And I would like you to take that with you. You've been anointed in the Holy Spirit, and you have the power to renew the face of the earth. Go do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cardinal Donald Wuerl.
Good morning. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That usually quiets the room. Andreas, all yours.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andreas Widmer. I'm professor of entrepreneurship at Catholic University of America. And this is a panel on the preferential option for the poor. A couple of years ago, a year ago or so, a few of us, Michael Novak, Catherine Pekalik, and I did some research on Catholic social doctrine within the United States and measure who actually would recognize it if you would read it. If I say preferential option for the poor, who would actually come up with a somewhat reasonable definition that is somewhere near the bullseye? You can read the whole publication. It's called Faithful Measure at CUA's website. You can freely download all of the results we came up with. But needless to say, some of the topics, some of the fundamental concept of Catholic social doctrine is recognized maybe by 10% of Catholics, and even less, of course, by non-Catholics. The most well-known concept of Catholic social doctrine is actually the preferential option for the poor, which we defined for this study out of the readings out of church documents, is that charity requires us to place the needs of the poor before our own needs. 34% of Catholics get this definition if you ask them what this is. But that's next to 38% of all Catholics saying, I don't know what the preferential option for the poor means or is, and 28% get that wrong. That compares to 62% of non-Catholics saying, I have no idea what that means, preferential option for the poor. 18% of them say, oh, I know what it means, and then are wrong. And 20% of them say, I know what it means, and then are correct. So today with the panel, we're trying to help promote this concept and explain it and delve into it to see how we can paint a clear picture and help explain how this concept, both what it means and how it could be applied. And first of our illustrious guests who's going to talk about it is Mary Eberstadt, who I'm very happy to call a friend for many years. Mary is an essayist and has written some really great and fun books that both are truly enlightening but also funny, like The Loser Letters and Adam and Eve After the Pill. Her latest book was just published yesterday, I think, Mary, or maybe before yesterday. It's Dangerous to Believe, Religious Freedom and Its Enemies. She's a senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center in Washington, D.C. Mary, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Andreas. I asked Andreas why I should be kept to a mere 10 minutes, and he said, because I'm bigger than you. So you may get to see Andreas Widmer slug a woman.
That's a nice start.
She always wins. She always wins arguments with me.
It's a great honor to be here and to reason together about how best to help our worse off brothers and sisters. It's an honor to be here at AEI, where so many distinguished scholars have pursued the same call through their own written work. I'd like to give a shout out to one of them, Nicholas Eberstadt. I'm often asked if I'm related to him, and I always say only by marriage. But Nick's work on humanitarian issues like the infant mortality rate and Haiti and international poverty, etc., are a particular source of pride for our children and me. Many other AEI scholars have also labored to improve the world by the vital spade work of first seeing it more clearly. Arthur Brooks's definitive work on charitable giving is an outstanding example. And of course, there is the titanic body of work created by Michael Novak, whose dissection of democratic capitalism was driven in large measure by precisely the question before us today: how best to help the poor. And I wrote that before I knew Michael Novak was in the audience. So the touchstone for my brief thoughts comes from yet another AEI scholar, the late Irving Kristol. Irving was an incandescent writer. He was a master of the pithy phrase, which is to say, clear thinking. And one phrase of his pops immediately to mind on thinking about the question before us. It is, quote, "Socialism is as socialism does." Socialism is as socialism does. Until the Velvet Revolutions of the late 20th century, unapologetic Marxists and socialists claimed repeatedly to hold the moral high ground against democratic capitalism. They insisted that their ideas would help the poor. They claimed to have purity of motive. They said that history and justice themselves were on their side. And Irving demolished all those claims by observing socialism is as socialism does. He was saying, in effect, by their fruits you shall know them. Don't look at what this movement says of itself, look at what it does. And in similar spirit, bearing in mind the question of how best to help those in need today, I would like to focus a few thoughts around this related proposition: progressivism is as progressivism does. Note first that I'm speaking of progressivism, not progressives. We're not here to put individuals under a microscope. Note also, please, that I'm not speaking of all progressivism. Certainly, the variant that is dominant today is far removed from progressivism past. Thinkers like Christopher Lasch and Martin Luther King Jr. would disown this contemporary progressivism, the kind that is dominant in Washington for 2 terms now, as well as in academia and other venues of influence, the kind that takes its marching orders from the sexual revolution rather than from the biblical understanding of justice that anchored the great oratory of Martin Luther King. No, today's is a new progressivism, a neo-progressivism, if you will, very different from yesterday's liberalism. We know what this new progressivism says of itself, that it stands on the side of the needy and marginalized. But by the standards of what it does, as opposed to what it says, what do we know? We know first that this new progressivism is no friend of religious liberty. We know this because in and out of government, it has interfered with and sometimes undercut religious liberty itself. It is neo-progressivism that replaces the phrase freedom of religion with the far more constricting freedom of worship. Freedom of worship sounds like something you could do in a closet. We know that this new progressivism will run roughshod over anyone in pursuit, in the way of its agenda. Conjure for just a moment the image of the Little Sisters of the Poor. Even among people who do charitable work full-time, the Little Sisters are spoken of in hushed tones. What did today's neo-progressivism have to say to these nuns who take care of the dying and the castaway? It dangled handcuffs at them. It threatened them with crippling fines, all to make them knuckle under to what the sexual revolution now demands. That is a stunning example of what happens when we look at what is done rather than at what is said. And it's fair to ask, what kind of ideology goes after people like the Little Sisters in the first place? What kind of activism calls the harassing of nuns a day well spent? We know, third, that in the name of this new progressivism, other initiatives are afoot that will hurt the poor. Christian education, for example, is under attack on numerous fronts. Homeschooling has become a bête noire of progressive thinking, It's opposed by the National Education Association and other institutions of the left. Atheist Richard Dawkins has actually called religious homeschooling the equivalent of child abuse. Then there are attempts to undermine Christian education at higher levels. At least two prominent colleges of evangelicalism, King's College in New York and Gordon College in Massachusetts, have undergone ideologically driven accreditation battles. Anyone who thinks that Catholic schools will escape isn't reading the sign of the times. The point is that all of these efforts to interfere with Christian education hurt the poor. Many parents homeschool because they don't want their children in unsafe or mediocre government schools. For some, homeschooling is the only option. For others, religious schools. Religious education and the Catholic school system, above all, has been an irreplaceable engine of social and intellectual mobility for generations now, lifting millions of Catholics and non-Catholics to a better life, and thereby leaving them better able to help others. Yet, neo-progressivism says all of this is fair game. Here is a fourth fact about today's dominant variant of progressivism as it pertains to the poor. In any contest between the perceived mandates of the sexual revolution on the one hand and the competing needs of anybody else, the revolution trumps, and a long line of litigation, in addition to the Little Sisters example, can be summoned to prove this. The U.S. bishops who resettle some 25% of the refugees in this country are being sued by abortion rights groups. Why? Because their refugee work at the southern border doesn't include contraception and abortion. Catholic hospitals are sued by abortion rights groups for the same reason. Christian adoption agencies have been shuttered in Boston and elsewhere for refusing to kneel before Caesar and recant Christian teaching about the family. Most incredible of all, and I'm going to speak ex cathedra the only way I can, which is as a mom, emergency pregnancy centers around the country are sued and harassed by burdensome ideologically driven ordinances. These are places where single mothers-to-be go for help, ranging from sonograms and support networks to diapers. How is any of this neo-progressive legal activism in the interests of real live people? That is not just a rhetorical question. In sum, the fruits of today's dominant strain of progressivism include interfering with good works, menacing voluntary organizations that help the poor, and torpedoing Christian resources via ideologically driven lawsuits. These are toxic fruits. We shouldn't be afraid to call them toxic fruits, and the soil in which they flourish does not come from the moral high ground. One final brief thought. Human flourishing is about more than material resources. The poor, the destitute, the dying, the unwanted, the imprisoned, all have the same rights to religious liberty that we do. As people who walk in soup kitchens and prisons and hospitals know, or anyone who has ever experienced life in extremis, destitution and hardship are often the crucibles out of which steely faith emerges in the first place. People who find God in the midst of chaos and misery should never be told, as neo-progressivism tells us now, that they are on the wrong side of history. Robbie George gave a speech a couple of years ago which included a memorable refrain. He said, "The days of comfortable Christianity are over." He's probably right about that because Robbie George is right about just about everything. But something else is becoming clearer by the day as well. After a decade of neo-progressive ascendancy, the distance between what it says and what it does is measurable. In the name of all those whom we are called upon to serve, let's hold that record up to the light. It will be a plus for the poor and needy when the days of comfortable neo-progressivism are over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. We're going to do the QA at the end, so please just write down your questions and hold them until everybody has spoken. We will next hear from John Carr, who's the director of the Initiative on Catholic Social Thought and Public Life at Georgetown University, and who was for 20 years director of the Department of Justice and Peace and Human Development at the USCCB. John.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. I thank AEI not only for this work, for our collaboration in many other areas. I'm honored to be on this panel. Mary is, you've seen, an eloquent defender of religious freedom, and I particularly want to lift up the people who will pay a price for some of the things she's described are the poor. There are not a lot of Americans united for separation of church and state in Anacostia or in the bush in Africa. There's little black churches in Catholic schools and parishes. I do think we ought to keep a little perspective. As challenging as all this is, and I have some differences and some agreements, this is nothing compared to what people elsewhere in the world. There are places where this meeting would lead someone to go to jail. I would hope it'd be Arthur Brooks, not me. but a little perspective helps. I've seen Michael Strain hold his own against Rich Trumka at one of our events. And Jonathan Reyes and I had the same job. He still has it, I don't. I really admire his work. We share the most pompous title in Washington. How would you like to be executive director of Justice, Peace, and Human Development for the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops? I once got on an elevator and the guy turned to his wife and he said, he's in charge of Justice, Peace, and Human Development. And she looked at me and said, you need to do a better job. So, Jonathan, you need to do a better job. I'm not a policy wonk. I'm not a theologian. Washington is full of people who practice theology without a license, and I'm going to do that. I do bring some perspective. I did serve at the Bishops' Conference. Cardinal Wuerl was here. The greatest job I ever had was serving as Secretary for Social Concerns for the Archdiocese on the front lines of our human service, pro-life advocacy efforts. My greatest achievement, I think, at the initiative, and we've had a lot, we've had 12, about a dozen sessions, 8,000 people have come to discuss Catholic social thought. We have particular outreach to young people in Washington, talk about their faith in Catholic social teaching, especially Latinos. If you fit that category, we want to talk to you. Somewhere here, there's materials, get us your name. But our poverty summit, us and the conference of national, I can't even remember it, the evangelical group here in Washington succeeded in getting President Obama, Arthur Burns, Robert Putnam, and E.J. Dionne together for a panel on poverty. We broke the silence, frankly, on poverty. There's way too little talk, Paul Ryan being a major exception. But they demonstrated that there could be a civil conversation between people who have differing perspectives on the moral imperative to make overcoming poverty a national priority. The other perspective I want to share is political. I am a product of a mixed marriage. My mother is from St. Paul, my dad from Minneapolis. That's a big deal. More significantly, my mother's family, very Republican. My uncle was a Republican leader of the Minnesota State Senate. My dad, diehard Democrat. My grandfather was Hubert Humphrey's finance chairman when he ran for mayor. Michael Novak remembers who Hubert Humphrey was. I'm not sure about the rest of you. I learned at an early age that we can express our faith and act on it in different ways. Both my parents would be very disappointed with their parties at this moment. I love Mary's reference to the pro-life pregnancy center. My mother started the pro-life pregnancy center in my hometown, conservative Republican. And she would resent terribly the regulation and the threats and the demeaning language. But she also knew that Medicaid and food stamps and WIC were not the source of all evil. They were lifelines for the mothers and children we were trying to help. We could provide diapers, we could find a crib, but we couldn't provide medical care. And we couldn't feed that family for a long time. So part of what I would like to do is suggest that the priority for the poor is alive, but needs to be more alive. Andreas, I have a different view. We may not know the jargon, but we know the truth. In my own parish, in my own family, at Georgetown, in this archdiocese, the priority for the poor is alive and well. It's expressed every day. I actually saw some studies different than yours. When asked what makes someone Catholic, what is essential to be a Catholic, large majority said care for the poor. In one study, concern for the poor rivaled the Eucharist as a definition of what it is to be Catholic, which has its own problems. But I frankly think they didn't get this from my programs or yours. I think they got it from Matthew 25 and frankly from Pope Francis. Giving to charity among Catholics since Pope Francis. We have some work to do. Subsidiarity is not in the spell check for work, so there's still some pressures. What I'd like to do in the next few minutes is talk a little bit about what the church brings, what we learned from the summit, and what might be a path ahead, sort of 2.5 minutes on each. Cardinal Wuerl outlined the ideas. We have been thinking about this for a long time, and he talked about the and. I think that is the key. Frankly, I think that's a test for others. I think we have to find a way to combine the positions of our, one of my favorite lines from Paul Ryan is we have to get the subsidiarity Catholics together with the solidarity Catholics. Frankly, we spend too much time in our different corners, and we need to overcome that. So when it comes to poverty, it's family and economics. It's the market and government policy. It's race and class. It's work and a safety net. It's got to be Democrats and Republicans and liberals and conservatives. But we don't only bring ideas, we bring everyday experience. Think about this community. Who feeds the hungry? Who shelters the homeless? Who provides great education for inner city kids? Who welcomes immigrants? We're the largest non-governmental provider of healthcare, human services, and assistance in the country. My experience on Capitol Hill is people listen to us not because of what we believe, but because of what we do. We have a presence. We have institutions. We're in the poorest communities in Washington and in the richest suburbs. We're in rural communities and urban ghettos. CRS is in 100 of the poorest places on earth, serving the least of these in our name. We have people, a lot of us, I don't know, Michael would, 70 million Catholics. A third of us go to church on any given Sunday. That's a problem. We need another conference on that. But if you do the numbers, I think that it's 25 million people spending a week together, worshiping God and reflecting how they can be better people. What would the Tea Party give for that? What would MoveOn.org give for that? What would NBC News give for that? And then we have leaders. And I'm not one to separate Francis from his predecessors. I think Pope Benedict doesn't get his due as a powerful teacher of Catholic social teaching. John Paul II is seen as a giant. But Francis has given us a new moment. From the very first moment of his leadership in the choice of his name, he put care for the poor at the center of his papacy. And I was privileged to be in the Congress when he made that eloquent case. I'm old enough to remember that when John Kennedy ran for president, big shots, Billy Graham, Norman Vincent Peale, it's not just the progressives that have been hostile to religion, said that John Kennedy should not be president because he would take advice from the Pope. And there he was. And the only thing Democrats and Republicans agreed on was they needed advice from the Pope. So we've come a ways. But what I remember about that is not just what he said, but what he did. After he talked to the most powerful people on earth, some of them, he went to be with the most powerless, with the hungry and the homeless at Catholic Charities. His is a call to engagement and encounter. And people like me and you, most of us, we like to think and we like to talk, but we need to do, and that is one of the lessons. The summit, in addition to the panel, including presidents don't do panels, Obama doesn't talk about poverty, and Arthur Burns doesn't usually get to argue with the President of the United States, but it was exceedingly civil. What we found is there can be common ground. Catholics from Opus Dei to the nuns on the bus, evangelicals from Liberty University to Sojourners could agree on the moral imperative of overcoming poverty and could agree that we have to combine the focus on family and the focus on economics and government. Anyone who works with the poor, anyone who is poor, knows that a child's future is determined by the choices of her parents, by the workings of the economy, and by the policies of the government. And we have to get out of our separate caucuses and come together. In a document the bishops did called A Place at the Table, they didn't say this, but my image is a table with 4 legs to overcome poverty. One leg of the table is what individuals and families need to do. Make wise choices, sacrifice for your children. We all know the data. If you stay in school, if you wait to have a child, if somebody in the family has a job, very little chance of being in poverty. So what parents ought to do. Second leg of the table is what community groups and churches and faith groups need to do. Support families in making those choices. Stand up against injustice and discrimination. The third leg of the table is the market, business, labor. We need jobs that pay a decent wage that you can raise a family on, that provide some dignity. And we're not there. There's a lot of talk about poverty, sometimes not enough talk about work in terms of providing jobs for people who can work. And then the fourth leg of the table is government at all levels. What a safety net. Stepping in when other institutions fail, when injustice holds a family back. The problem with Washington, frankly, the problem with think tanks, frankly, the problem with a lot of Catholics, is we're in love with one leg of the table. Personal responsibility will do it all. Faith-based institutions are the answer. The market will lift people up. And there are even some people who still think government's the answer. The Catholic way is not that way. We bring people together. And we need to bring those institutions together. And I actually think AEI and the Brookings Institution have provided an example of progressives, not the kind you're talking about, and conservatives, not the kind that's running for president, can come together and agree on a path forward. And I would say the test of this, of all of us, is whether, given this leadership of Pope Francis, the vision of our tradition, and frankly, the urgency of the need. Pope Francis, I believe, Cardinal Wuerl quoted, said, the moral measure of our society is how we treat those left behind. By that measure, we're in big trouble. And frankly, by retreating into our ideological corners, we make that worse. By coming together and uniting around Catholic social teaching, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Michael Strain, he's the Director of Economic Policy Studies and resident scholar here at AEI. In the past, he also worked at the U.S. Census Bureau and at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Michael.
Well, thank you very much. It's great that we're able to do this. I'm so thankful to all of you for coming and to the people who will be watching the video later on. Extremely grateful that Bishop Barron will be speaking later on today. Very grateful that Cardinal Wuerl spoke this morning. It's wonderful to see His Eminence Michael Novak here with us, who really got AEI started on this path, and hopefully we can continue on it in a productive way. It's an honor to be here on the panel. I'd like to offer special recognition to John Carr, who really helped us at the early stages of thinking about this conference. Think about what some of the panels should look like and who some of the speakers should be, and help us to reach out to some people. So, John, thank you so much for your role in making this happen. I'm going to start by attempting very briefly to answer the question, where does U.S. public policy stand on its moral obligations to the poor? That question is hard to answer. Perhaps a simple way to think about it is, does public policy reduce poverty? And if you listen to our public debates, you would hear from some people that the answer is largely no. I think that answer is frankly ridiculous. Surely many people who are in poverty today would not be if policies were different. It's hard to pin a specific number on it. There's good evidence that our safety net programs reduce the share of families in poverty by perhaps 1/2. There's good evidence that our safety net policies reduce the share of families in deep poverty, which is a subject of increasing concern, by over 2/3. And the largest impact of U.S. public policy on the poor is on the elderly poor and the disabled. That's where our programs do the most good. And so I think it's important, to discuss the need for improvements, and of course there are need for improvements. It's also important, I think, to recognize that U.S. public policy does a lot in this area and is helping, and that's something that I think we shouldn't lose sight of. Should we be satisfied? Have we met our moral obligations under the preferential option to the poor with U.S. public policy? The answer there, I think, is clearly no. I think there's much more work that could be done. Could talk about this for hours and hours. I'm going to focus basically on 4 items. The first item that we need from public policy to increase our success at helping the poor is stronger economic growth. The best anti-poverty program is a job. This is something that I think gets lost a lot in debates over social policy. It's something that I think gets lost a lot in debates over poverty. There are reasons for that. I think some of them are, were summarized well by John. People are in their silos. If your silo is poverty, you're often not thinking about economic growth. But also, I think there's not a good enough recognition of the importance of economic growth to helping poverty as well. The poverty rate for workers who worked full-time year-round is 3%. If you have a job and you go to work all year long, every week, 97% chance of not living in poverty. So helping more people get into work through a strong and a strong economy and a fast-growing economy really is a moral imperative and not just an issue of good macroeconomics. These policies would include policies to increase workforce participation. I'd also like to be the second person on the panel to acknowledge His Eminence Nick Eberstadt, who's here today. Nick's been working on these issues, and we'll have a little book coming out soon that I encourage everybody to keep an eye on. Increasing workforce participation really is important to the macroeconomy. It's extremely important in our efforts to fight poverty. We also need policies to increase capital accumulation. We need policies to increase the rate of innovation. These are very serious issues. These aren't just dry things. These aren't just things that Republicans tend to want to talk about because they want to help rich people. These have real effects on the poor, and we need to start thinking about them and talking about them in that way. The second of my 4 items, we need to remove barriers to upward mobility. The unemployment rate for African American teenagers is 27.1%. About 1 in 4 African American teenagers who want to find a job can't find one. Only 4 in 10 adult high school dropouts in the United States have a job. These are serious, serious challenges that the poor are facing. At the same time that 1 in 4 African American teenagers can't find a job, and at the same time that only 4 in 10 adult high school dropouts have a job, half of our political system is talking about a $15 an hour minimum wage. more than doubling the minimum wage to $15 an hour. My question is, if we care about our responsibilities to the poor, and if we understand the preferential option to the poor to mean that we prioritize their needs, shouldn't we err on the side of caution and not double the cost that an employer has to face of hiring a worker without a lot of skills, of hiring a worker without a lot of experience? These jobs are extremely important. Again, the best anti-poverty program is a job. We should not be pushing for a program that will essentially benefit the middle class and hurt the poor, which is what a $15 an hour minimum wage would do. The benefits would accrue to the middle class. The costs would be borne by the poor. That is not consonant with the preferential option for the poor. It is not consonant with Catholic social teachings, and Catholics should think about it in that way, I think. You often hear that a problem with low-wage work is that many low-wage workers are on public assistance, and in some sense, those are subsidies to their employers, to Walmart, to McDonald's. If you have a Walmart or McDonald's worker who's working and making the minimum wage and they qualify for food stamps or something like that, the question is raised, why are we subsidizing Walmart and McDonald's? Why don't they pay a living wage? I think there are many problems with the economics of that argument. There's an even deeper moral problem, which is that argument presupposes that the moral obligation to help low-wage workers who live in poverty rests on the shoulders of their employers. And instead, I believe that the moral obligation to help rests on the shoulders of all of society. And one of the ways that society meets those obligations is through public programs. And so rather than a subsidy to Walmart or a subsidy to McDonald's, instead, what we have is a system that allows people to work and to be as productive as they can and to earn the wages that they're able to earn, and then their earnings are supplemented by the rest of society so they don't live in poverty. Not a subsidy to Walmart, not a subsidy to McDonald's. There are many other examples of barriers to upward mobility: land use restrictions, Social Security disability insurance, which is in desperate need of reform, occupational licensing, and the significant barriers that occupational licensing places on people's ability to advance themselves and to work hard. Motivated by Catholic social teaching, motivated by the preferential option for the poor, Catholics should be attempting to remove these barriers and to remove them with their obligation to the poor in mind, not just because they often make sound economic sense. The third point that I'd like to make is that we need to offer low-income Americans a hand up through sound public policy. So this is part of John Carr's "and." We need to remove barriers, and we need to offer assistance. And we have programs that are good at this. You know, again, many of our public programs hold low-income Americans back and are barriers to low-income Americans escaping poverty and make it a good life for themselves. But some of our public programs actually work very well. One of them is the Earned Income Tax Credit. It's a federal subsidy for low-income households. The idea behind the EITC is very simple. If you work and if your household income is sufficiently low, then the government gives you a subsidy to supplement your earnings. The EITC has a very complicated structure. If you are a household with 3 or more children, the maximum subsidy you could receive was about $6,000. So you have to be working in order to qualify for the EITC, which is extremely important. You can only get it if you're working. You know, say you're a single mother with 2 or 3 kids, you bring home $14,000, $15,000, $16,000 a year, the government writes you a check for $4,000, $5,000 in order to help you make ends meet. It's an example, I think, of really sound public policy that's completely in keeping with Catholic social teachings. It requires work, it requires personal responsibility, but it is a mechanism for the rest of society to help those low-income households to make ends meet and not to live in poverty. Indeed, the EITC has been shown to lift millions of people out of poverty every year, including millions of children. And these are people who, for lack of a better word, we can think of as especially deserving because they are working. It is not a perfect program. If you are a childless worker, the maximum subsidy you can receive is $500. And that is not sufficient. I think that we need to do better than that. We need to increase the earned income tax credit, in part because $500 isn't enough, in part because previous expansions of the earned income tax credit have brought people into the workforce. By increasing the rewards to work, the financial rewards to work, the earned income tax credit has been shown to pull people into the workforce. So it doesn't just reward low-income Americans who are currently working, it also rewards low-income Americans who want to work and just need a little extra pull into the workforce, and it's been shown to do that. There are other public policies, in addition to the earned income tax credit, that can help give low-income Americans a hand up, and they can help low-income Americans escape poverty. We need to further develop work-based learning programs to develop skills so workers can command higher wages in the job market and escape poverty through their work. Commuting times have become increasingly problematic, especially in low-income cities that are characterized by a lot of economic segregation. We need to find ways to shorten those commute times through better public transportation options. We need to make it easier for workers to connect to jobs, especially for unemployed workers. Critically, we need to help prisoners to re-enter society so that they don't just leave prison and then enter a state of poverty. They can leave prison and they can work their way up. So there's a lot of work to do to help low-income Americans to escape poverty that isn't just removing barriers from them, but that is affirmative, energetic government helping these people to escape poverty and to better their lives. My fourth and final item, we need to rebalance our priorities. Again, the preferential option for the poor suggests that the poor should be placed at the top of the list of priorities. And a reasonable moral criteria for the moral health of society is, how does it treat the poor? It is simply a fact that our public policies are mostly geared toward the middle class, and that we have a preferential option for the middle class in the United States. We do not have a preferential option for the poor. I'll talk about one example. I talked about the earned income tax credit. It pulls millions of Americans out of poverty every year, pulls millions of children out of poverty every year, pulls Americans into jobs, which is exactly what conservatives should want. It takes them from non-work into work. President Obama wanted to expand the earned income tax credit for childless workers. His plan would have cost $6 billion a year. In one of the iterations of Speaker Ryan's poverty program, he endorsed that policy of expanding the earned income tax credit by an amount of about $6 billion a year. $6 billion is a lot of money, and we have significant problems with our national debt, and we have significant problems with future projected outlays, and we shouldn't just pretend like $6 billion isn't a lot. But put $6 billion in perspective. Every year, the government, through the tax code, essentially spends $70 billion through the mortgage interest deduction. $70 billion through the mortgage interest deduction. 75% of that $70 billion goes to households that are in the top 20% by income. 15% of that $70 billion accrues to households in the top 1% of the income distribution. If we're looking for a place to fund that $6 billion earnings subsidy that will help low-income Americans get jobs and that will lift low-income Americans out of poverty, we can do it with less than 1/10 of the amount of money we spend through the tax code helping people to afford larger houses, helping middle-class people to afford larger houses. So we need to rebalance our priorities in favor of the poor. There are many other examples of this as well. Perhaps the example that springs to mind most quickly are middle class entitlements. Another great place where we can find some money to help low income Americans without significantly increasing outlays. So finally, I think we're doing a lot, but we owe the poor more. We should have a great debate about this. I agree completely with John's comments that we haven't, and we should. We're likely not going to get it this presidential election cycle, but hopefully, we'll all recover from this and be able to move on. As Cardinal Wuerl argued, this debate should be infused by values. The debate over how better to help the poor should not be a value-free discussion. It should be infused by values, and Catholics should bring Catholic social teachings into that debate. And Catholics should bring Catholic social teaching into that debate unapologetically.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our final speaker today is Jonathan Reyes, who is currently responsible for justice, peace, and human development in the United States.
Oh, it's global.
He has aspirations. He's going global with it. No, Jonathan was also was at the CEO of Catholic Charities in the Archdiocese of Denver, and then he's one of the founders of the Augustine Institute in Denver, and also worked as vice president for ministry and formation of Focus, the Fellowship of Catholic University Students. Jonathan.
Thank you, Andreas. So you go last in this town, it means everything's been said already. That's a common joke. It has, but there are some people I need to get even with, so let me start with John. It seems to be my fate in life to pretty much follow John wherever he goes. In this job, I'm on this panel because he recommended me. I went into the same job. He left a mess, by the way, still climbing out of it. It's way better than it was. And it turns out we actually share the same birthday. It's the only thing I was ahead of him in, I guess. So, 4 comments about the way Catholic social doctrine speaks to what I believe are our current policy conversations. And let me try and go at this at a slightly different angle. Here's the premise of what I want to say. It is that the nature of our policy conversations in and of themselves are limited. And they're limited in 2 ways. One, they're limited by the fact that as soon as you bring up a policy, you create the very kind of dichotomies that John's talking about. So you bring up something like, in our world of charity, block grants. You say block grants, you better give it a thumb up or a thumb down. That's your only option. You bring up something like the minimum wage. Thumb up, thumb down, that's your only option. And then you quickly retreat to those very corners John was talking about. So what I'd like to do is see if there isn't a way to make the conversation slightly different, and to use Catholic social teaching in a way to do that. And my touch point on that will be the AEI Brookings study that was very helpful in an attempt to bring people together and some of the things we learned from that. The second reason to say that, to want to sort of change the conversation in general, is because it does need to be infused with values. Values are in all of our conversations. Every conversation we have has morals, whether they're acknowledged or not. And I want to clarify 1 or 2 values that I think the Catholic Church brings that haven't been at the front of our policy conversations. So first thing to say about the preferential option for the poor, I think we can all agree that there's a certain kind of agreement around the option that we really do need to take care of poor people, even if it isn't reflected in our policy as such. It's certainly a priority that should be out there, and there are very few people who would say, no, actually, we shouldn't care about the poor and we should just blow them off. So that's sort of, the impetus is there, but there's more behind the preferential option for the poor. In fact, a whole philosophy that's behind it that's extremely important. And it brings a certain value. So the 4 things I want to talk about to go at this. 1 is a speculative point that I'll make first about human flourishing and the common good, which I think is devoid, is not in our conversations. And then 3 practical ones. The first point is this. If we're going to be talking about, whenever we talk about shared values and care for the poor in a policy conversation, it tends to preference the notion that we're constituted as a society of free-floating individuals who basically either have rights to food or responsibilities to see other people have food. It's individualistic in its fundamental way. In the AIE Brookings conversation, some beautiful things emerged, one of which was that they found their conversation proceeded, people on the left and the right, by acknowledging shared values. And those values were opportunity, security, and responsibility. Note their individual values. They're the values that pertain to the individual. What's missing is a conception in a lot of our policy conversation, and I understand that in that study you want to find agreement, is a notion that somehow we're already encumbered as human beings, that somehow we're already in relationship, and that our own flourishing actually depends on other relationships. That our perfection as human beings, whether as a father, whether as an employer, whether as a worker, whether as a son, whether as a daughter, actually requires the other for my perfection in those things. For me to become everything that I want to be, and everything I was made to be, I actually need to be in relationship with other human beings. There is no human flourishing in complete isolation. There's sustaining life, but not flourishing. But our policy conversations don't acknowledge that. And because of that, I think we miss a space where there might be an interesting conversation. If we can say, all right, we throw this word common good around all the time, but I'm not sure we know what it means. I think in most policy conversations, when we say common good, what we mean are public goods. That is, goods that we share because they benefit us. A road, for example. So you have a road. Why do I make sacrifices to see that road made? Because I'm going to get some personal benefit out of it. That's not what a common good is. A common good is a family. It's a marriage. It's the thing that exists only because we have it in common. And if you break it, it goes away. You don't get half a marriage when a marriage ends. So there are certain things we share because we must be in relationship with one another. And I wonder if there isn't a space here where the Catholic voice can bring a certain perspective on a conversation which is largely between two versions of individualism in a certain way, and that's an oversimplification. I can defend it later. But if we can't expand it to actually be the common good, why is this so important? One, I think it'll expand our thinking, but two, this is the sort of a nut here. Any policy decisions we make cost somebody somewhere. The economists love to remind us. Any choice you make comes with a cost. And on what grounds are we going to ask one segment of the population to take a cost, to suffer for the sake of another? And without some notion of the common good, I think it's very difficult to get there. And so that's my speculative point. Let's bring the common good and human flourishing as necessary for relationship, by the way, including relationship with God and thus religious freedom. 3 practical points I want to make. These come largely from my experience, and they all begin with P. 3 practical points for policy. How was that? That was really good, right? Yeah, my kids like that. My wife's thought, don't use it. All right. 3 practical points for policy. I'll begin with P. Number 1, proximity. Good policy stems from proximity to the problems. We simply cannot be thinking abstractly about things all the time. This is the Pope Francis line, reality over ideas. It makes a difference whether you go and see the very problem you're trying to address. I get to do that a lot in my job. I get to walk into the inner city all the time. I get to walk into international situations where CRS is serving. I'm on the border. I've been on recently on a reservation. What does it gain by proximity? Number 1, you understand the situation, you understand the nuance of the situation. All these situations are way more complex than they appear from a distance and than a lot of our policy conversations. They're way more complex, and you need to understand them up close. Second is solidarity. It's actually important that we know the very people we're supposedly trying to help. We need to have relationship with them. Russ Hittinger, who's one of the great historians of Catholic social teaching, said solidarity is used 4 ways in Catholic social teaching. All the way from the solidarity we share as human beings through a set down to, he said, the one-way solidarity, the most deepest way solidarity is used in Catholic social teaching is friendship. And the preferential option for the poor, I would argue, is a call to friendship with those whom we would purport to help. This pushes, I think, on something that's been recently a lot talked about in sociology, largely because of Robert Putnam and Charles Murray, of the way in which society is segregating. We've got to put relationships back together. The third thing that proximity does for us is it helps our own personal conversion. My favorite line from Dorothy Day, the poor, you're not saving the poor are saving you. This is about us. If you're a Catholic sitting out there, you've got to be there. You've simply got to be in relationship for your own sake. Proximity. Second of the P's, partnership. The only way we're going to solve these problems, they are complex. I know that's not good political short speak, and I know that's not a good way to raise money. If you run a Catholic charities, don't say things are complex, say they're easy and a little money will do it. But the reality is these things, having spent years doing that, the reality is because of the complexity of some of our problems, of most of our problems, we simply have to be in partnership. Partnership with the 4 legs of the table that John mentioned, partnership with other Christians, partnership with people in areas of specialty, partnership between academics and practitioners. But there simply is no way to go at these problems because they are holistic problems and because the development we seek is integral development, that is the development of all, according to Benedict XVI, that we actually need. We need the religious partners, we need the secular partners, and I think some of the fights that Mary pointed to earlier are in danger of breaking some key partnerships that we really don't want to lose. There's real gain to the partnerships that have evolved over time and the good that they've accomplished. So partnership is extremely important because of the difficulty and because of the leveraging advantages. Finally, fourth point, projects. We need to actually do some things. Policy does not stand alone. Policy enhances things that are on the ground and going on. Now, policy makes a ton of difference, but no one up here, I think, would say that policy solves everything. Policy is a piece of the puzzle. We need to actually find some efforts where partners come together with a certain shared conceptions. They don't have to agree on everything, but certainly a sense that the common somehow needs to be recovered, at least in the American conversation, in our discourse, to come together and actually do some things, to step into an urban environment and say, what does it take to make this neighborhood go from what it is now to the kind of neighborhood where I would want my children to go to school? What does it take to make this school the kind of place that I would like to send my children to school? What does it take to actually get the jobs, get the workforce able to get the jobs? What partners do I need? How do I do it? Bring them together and actually start doing things. This is where reality can trump ideas. I think sometimes our policy conversations get hung up on ideas in ways that they don't necessarily have to. If we reduce the current left-right policy debates about poverty to whether the state should do it all or whether the free market should do it all, we will get nowhere. Putting things, starting on the ideas and drawing a line there, you're actually not talking about realities yet. The question matters. We all know the question matters. But one of my own experiences is that if you start with actually doing things and you see who can contribute and you see what it helps to have this policy in place and some government funding here and the business community, they're trying to do their bit here, and you got your local charities institution, you got 3 of the churches in the area all working together, you're not asking the question whether the state or civil society does it all, you're just doing it. And you're starting to figure out, okay, how do these things come together? I concluded the story. I grew up outside of Detroit. By the way, I was born in Flint, not doing so well. Grew up in Venezuela, not so well. Moved back to Detroit. Now I'm here. Look out. Last comment. Went to Detroit. One of the neatest things, get picked up by a guy who's helping to work in Detroit, amazing guy, doing great work, Republican to the bone. I think free market came out of his mouth by about the 3rd sentence. He picked me up, and he took me to the most exciting, and he's working hard on removing blight in Detroit. Just amazing work. Business model is superb. Takes me to his most exciting thing he's doing, and it's a woman who's growing a community garden, and has got all the kids together. And I said to him, you do know she's a community organizer, right? He said, no. I said, yeah, she's a community organizer. When we get together to actually work in these environments and just solve some dang problems, I think that too might be a way forward for breaking through some of our policy debates. I don't think we're stuck if, particularly as Catholics, we bring the right intellectual things, we actually get to know the poor, we work with others, and we get some stuff done. I think there might be a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. So we have almost 20 minutes for questions. Please put your hand up and don't speak before the microphone gets to you. We'll start all the way in the back with Father.
Thanks, Andreas. I appreciate that. It seems to me, and I know they always say at these things, please phrase your statement as a question, and I promise I will do that. It seems to me there's an elephant in the room, right? Which is that we're always talking about particulars, and we never really look at the meta question. I mean, I once heard it said that the foundation of society depends, or the nature of government depends on whether man emerged from the garden or emerged from the state of nature, right? If you believe the Genesis account, human beings only flourish in community. If you believe the Hobbesian state of nature account, human beings are fundamentally individual, and we sort of begrudgingly allow ourselves to come together. We talk about justice all the time, and yet there's at least 3 different notions of justice. One is equality, one is liberty, and one is virtue, right? Even using the word values presupposes that there is no good and evil, that there is no such thing as right and wrong. And it seems to me that that's really the meta question, which is, what is our shared intellectual, metaphysical framework upon which all of this is undergirded? When the church talks about these things, it's radically different than the way politicians speak about these things. The foundations are very different. And I wonder if that's not really the beginning point that we need to start with. Our last speaker alluded to this in the abstract consideration. But do you think it's wise? Do you think it's possible? How do we even begin that discussion?
Do you have a favorite person to answer this?
Well,
Yeah. There's not much that Mary didn't write a book about. Mary, give it a shot.
I knew it was going to be trouble when I saw you get that microphone, Father Justin. I mean, I'm not trying to kick the can down the road, but I do think this is a question for the people who talk about policy and deal with policy. I think it's a question for Michael.
Okay.
This is going to be like volleyball.
I think it might be. I strongly believe it's a question for John. You know, I guess I just don't know. I mean, this may sound distinctly un-Catholic. It may sound consequentialist. It may sound, like a complete abdication of virtue ethics. I don't know that it really matters in some fashion. I mean, public policy is a way to enact social goals. It's not the only way. It's a way to enact social goals. And if we can get together about the social goal of helping the poor better, if we can get together around the social goal of providing more pathways for upward mobility and of meeting our obligations to the poor more effectively than we do currently, then, if we live in a pluralistic society, and if somebody wants to come to the table and they're motivated by secular humanist ethics, and somebody wants to come to the table and they're motivated by Catholic social teaching, and somebody wants to come to the table, just because it's good politics and they have a lot of poor people in their district, welcome. The more the merrier, and let's get the right policies going. Your question speaks, I think, to a broader cultural problem, which is how do we understand ourselves as a society, and how do we organize our life together intellectually, and in many ways, my answer is the same there too. We need to have a competition of ideas, and Catholics need to bring their view to the table on that, and Catholics need to be comfortable with the fact that not everybody's going to agree, and we can hash that out. But I don't think ultimately it's necessary for policy, and in a pluralistic democracy, I don't think everyone's going to come to the same metaphysical framework.
John?
I'll offer mine, and then you can clean up my mess, as you often do. Our faith gives us a different way of looking at the world. Our principles give us a different starting point. Very often, we say we agree on the principles, we differ on the applications. I don't think there's much evidence of that, frankly. I don't think there's much evidence that we agree that all life is sacred. I don't think that's the starting point. I don't think we agree that there ought to be a priority for the poor, that the poor ought to come first. Those are not the priorities of the Senate Finance Committee. And so one of the things that I would like to do, and in fact our little initiative is going to do it, is try and get together Catholics, a wide range of Catholics, mostly younger Catholics, and by that I mean under 50, which tells you how old I am, to talk about whether the principles that we share can provide a way to unify our church to make a common commitment. We can have the fights. The Circle of Protection has had an ongoing conversation with the administration and with the Republican leadership. And we can fight about, block grants. We can fight about, but what we shouldn't fight about is that this ought to be a priority for our country. Echoing what was said earlier, we met with the President of the United States, and a bishop from New Mexico, Bishop Ramirez, said to the President of the United States, I believe you're a Christian, I know you read the Bible. In my Bible it says, whatsoever you do for the least of these, you do unto me. There must be a different Bible in Washington. Whatsoever you do for the forgotten middle class, you do unto me. I don't think there's evidence that we know the principles, agree to the principles, and then can move on to a discussion of how to apply them. And we're going to try and bring some people together to talk about that so that the witness, to use Cardinal Wuerl's word, the voice, the perspective that Michael talked about, will be distinctive and will make a difference. The other thing, and I'll conclude with this, and this is really Jonathan's point, and I tried to make it too. It's not just the way we think, it's what we do. So when we talk about what might work, it's based on the fact that tonight, in this city, hundreds of people will find their way out of the wind and the rain because we believe they're children of God and deserving of dignity. And that gives you a different way of looking at the world.
Thank you, John. Other questions? Madam? Wait for the microphone, please.
Yes, thank you. In the
And
discussion
can you
about-
tell us who you are, just so that we can put this in?
My name is Patricia McGlynn, and my Catholic education has been lifelong. I've had a giftedness of Catholic education from kindergarten all the way through college. And my social policy background is from Harvard University, but in close alignment with the Catholic Association at Harvard University, and a desire to share my interest in re-enervating the concept of private ownership in this country. I think one of the things that has been great about our social movements is that people own them, that they were willing to take leadership on the basis of the fact that it belonged to them. And I think this is very illustrative of our Catholic heritage. And when it comes down to things like homeschool, I think of an experience that afforded me the opportunity to homeschool, parallel to some homeschooling that was being done at the time by Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden did
We're starting to go really broad now. So do you focus on the question, because we have 8 minutes.
All right. The question is are we actually looking at the issue of private ownership? And are we affording it in our faith
Okay.
and our belief as a means
Yeah.
of defending that within Catholic matrimony and the family?
Private ownership in the context of the preferential option for the poor. Jonathan?
It's in there. The universal destination of goods includes private ownership. So, yeah, it's in there. In terms of specific policies, whether you think it's there or not, what's your thought?
Sure, it's in there. I think that again, it speaks to Father's question, right? Ultimately, people own what's in their bank account, and ultimately, people own, in some sense, themselves. And the church believes that people have a social obligation to contribute, not just to their own betterment and to take some of their, private property and to offer it for the common good. And Catholics should take that Catholic social teaching into public policy.
Yeah. I think that you're bringing up a very good point. I think property ownership is one of the things that leads to prosperity. And our goal for the poor, and in dealing with the poor, ought to include to help them have ownership, not just the physical property, but their ideas and apartments and things like that. That ultimately is sustainably being out of poverty if you own your house, if you own your apartment, and so on and so forth. So I think that's always a cornerstone of poverty alleviation, is to help the poor generate their own property. Sir, right here.
My name is Muhammad Ahsanul Karim. I am from Frederick, Maryland. My question, the concept underlying my question, I will place in paper in the outside. My question is, if we look in the history, we found Catholic socio-economic institution produced feudalism, capitalism, that is increasing inequalities and economic classes and like this. So my question is, which institution produce inequalities and economic classes? With this institution, is it possible to solve the reduction, the inequalities and poverty and poor?
So the question is about which institutions actually produce inequality, and that you have an impression that the current institutions actually increase inequality.
Not current, Catholic.
Catholic institutions
Catholic
that they
institution produce feudalism and capitalism.
Oh, yeah. So Catholic institutions produce feudalism, and that produces inequality.
Yeah, and capitalism also. So with this,
But I mean, there's a lot of assumptions in what you're saying. That Catholicism produces feudalism.
feudalism and capitalism.
Yep. Okay.
And this produce inequalities in the history.
Okay.
My question is, with this institution, can we reduce inequalities and poverty and poor?
Yeah. I think let's bundle this with another question. One more. Sir, right here with the...
My name is Arthur Burns. No, Matthew Meehan. I'm from Hillsdale College, teaching fellow there, and also a teacher at the Heights School.
Yeah.
My question is, with respect to public policy, what about the spiritual works of mercy and the intellectual property? And I don't mean copyright. I don't mean that necessarily, but the things that we have that are spiritual that we need to share. Is there any role for, especially national, this is what we're talking about, is national public policy, to help, we're worried about private property of the sort of more material sort. Is there public policy that we could focus on that would also help share the intellectual property of our traditions, our moral norms, our faith, more directly?
I mean, I think that's more challenging. Certainly, one of the ways we want to encourage private ownership, and one of the ways that we want to help the poor to own things, is through the accumulation of human capital. We care about financial capital, the amount of money in your bank account. We care about whether you own your own house. We also care about the stock of skills that you have built for yourself and that you, in some sense, own. And that includes an understanding of your intellectual tradition, and hopefully for a full life, it includes an understanding of faith traditions. Whether public policy can, seek to directly help low-income Americans to understand this or that religious faith, I think is a much harder challenge, and is actually perhaps an inappropriate role of federal public policy. To the extent, however, that public aid can be administered through organizations like Catholic Charities or through the Catholic Relief Service, there I think not only we can do it, but yes, we are doing it, and I think we're doing it very well.
Part of what we ought to acknowledge is both the responsibilities and limitations of various institutions. The church has both, the government has both, the market has both. I don't want our government deciding what faith values ought to look like. I think that some of that's going on, and I think Cardinal Wuerl said secularism is its own orthodoxy. Maybe the best way to describe, you said you got to get close to the problem. My experience is when this gets personal, it gets political and it gets real. And I think that's Pope Francis' message of encounter and engagement. Some of you know, a few of you know, my brother David was the media columnist for the New York Times and passed away a year ago. What you may not know is David was a disaster. He was a drug addict. He gave birth to twin girls with his drug dealer. And he showed up at my parents' house with these two little girls and said, "There are no adults in our house, there's only addicts. I'm going into treatment." 5th time in treatment. He came out of treatment and came to his local parish, again with the two girls, and said, "I've been a terrible son, I've been a lousy brother, I've been a lousy worker. I don't want to be a terrible father. These girls should be baptized." And the priest didn't say, "We have a program for that," or "We haven't seen you." He said, "Welcome home." And food stamps, EITC, Medicaid, foster care gave that family a help. He had a family that never gave up on him. He had a faith that sustained him. And he had businesses that took a chance on him. And he died. It was very sad, but he could have died 30 years ago. And he died a good father, a good worker, a faithful Catholic, a wonderful member of our family. And my point, it took all of that, family, faith, government help, business, a job, to allow him to be the person that he needed to be. And I think that's the Catholic vision.
Jonathan.
Just would say this, as Catholics, what we want from policy is the freedom to preach the gospel. I mean, ultimately what we ask of public policy on the spiritual realm is the freedom to preach the gospel. And so I think evangelization is actually the key to the answer to all this. Thank you.
So this concludes our panel. Please help me thank our distinguished panelists. The lunch.
Oh, no.
Lunch is going to be served out here, and maybe we can just take a minute and bless our food, since we're all going to eat right now. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Bless us, O Lord,
and these thy gifts which we are about to receive
from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen.
That's also a way to get people to stop talking. That was terrific. Absolutely.
all of you coming. I hope you're enjoying your lunch. Please have a seat, and we'll start this panel. We've got a bit of a time crunch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
As one panelist tries to steal another's food there.
No, I was trying to clear it safe. I was being a waiter.
Because we're all about liberty up here. So we do have a bit of a time crunch. Bishop Barron is going to have to catch a flight after his speech, so while we're starting a bit late because of that lunch line, we'll try to go through this all as quickly as possible. Welcome. Thank you for coming. My name is Tim Carney. I am a visiting fellow here at the American Enterprise Institute. I'm also a columnist at the Washington Examiner. For about 12 years now, I'm a Catholic, and for about 5 weeks now, I'm officially a libertarian. And I've been told by both sides not to admit that. The Catholic friends of mine saying, "Don't go calling yourself a libertarian. You believe in God," and the libertarian saying, "Don't go calling yourself a libertarian. You believe in God." But I think they can go together, and religious liberty is at the heart of the blending of those two things. Became clear, especially, it hasn't always been. The religious right has often been thought of as imposing its morality on others through government and other institutions. But in 2006, a wedding photographer named Elaine Huguenin in New Mexico refused to photograph a lesbian, wasn't a marriage because there wasn't gay marriage in New Mexico at the point, but a marriage-type ceremony. She has lost most of her cases and was ordered to pay a fine. There have been, she's won some, and there have been countless other cases since then. Hobby Lobby, Little Sisters of the Poor. The ACLU is currently suing Catholic hospitals for not performing abortions. Bakers and florists across the country not wanting to cater gay weddings, refugees, adoption cases. This is a very, very difficult question. The way I just listed off those issues, it may seem like an easy question, but if you remember last year when there was Religious Freedom Restoration Acts being passed in states like Indiana, the public outcry, and especially the outcry among sort of businessmen and that sort of thing, was definitely not in the favor of the religious liberty cause. And because it's a tough question, we've gotten an excellent panel here to discuss it. And there's bios out front. The panel here is so distinguished that it would take forever for me to read it, so I'll just tell you a little bit about our panelists. Down at the end is Seamus Hassan. He's a founder and former president of the Becket Fund for Religious Liberty, which has been at the heart of these sort of cases. The cases I mentioned earlier focus on Catholics and Christians, but their law firm has fought for Christians, Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, Sikhs, Hindus, Native Americans, Unitarians, and Zoroastrians even. And that before that, he was an attorney at Williams and Connolly, and there he did do religious liberty litigation. He's also the author of a new book, which we have on sale outside, and he is a Notre Dame alum. Robert George is the McCormick Professor of Jurisprudence and Director of the James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions at Princeton University. Now, that's basically one job, that title. So it would fill up a whole tweet then, so I obviously won't say everything he's done. But in addition to Princeton, he's at the Witherspoon Institute, and he has been a visiting professor at Harvard Law School and served on the President's Council on Bioethics. His degrees are in law and theology. And while we have his marriage book outside for sale, his most relevant book to this topic is Conscience and Its Enemies, Confronting the Dogmas of Liberal Secularism. And speaking of which, our next speaker will be, he said I could include one joke about him, and that was it. E.J. Dionne, right, you guys all know his column in the Washington Post. He's also a senior fellow in governance studies at the Brookings Institution and a government professor at Georgetown, and with the other speakers, a whole slew of other jobs. One of his books, Sold Out, S-O-U-L-E-D, Reclaiming Faith and Politics After the Religious Right. That was back in 2008, published by Princeton University Press. What we're going to do is each of these speakers is going to give their comments and their thoughts. Please bear with them with that. We'll have some questions back and forth, including questions from the audience, and we will wrap up in exactly an hour and 4 minutes, if not a little bit earlier. So we are going to begin with Professor George.
Well, thank you very much. I'm really delighted to be here. It's great to be here with my dear old friend and comrade in arms, Seamus Hassan, who has been the leader, not a leader, he's been the leader of the religious liberty movement in my lifetime. Kudos, Seamus. It's also great to be with my old friend E.J. Dion, whose column I continue to read. I'm on blood pressure medicine as a result of that, but it's worth it.
He wraps fish with it.
That's
useful.
I'm going to take the time available to me, and maybe a little more than I was allotted, to give you a little theory. My understanding is that this is a consideration of Catholic ideas about religious liberty. So I want to perhaps lay the foundation for the rest of the discussion by giving you an account of, at least from my point of view, how Catholics ought to think about, how the Church teaches us to think about religious liberty. I'll put it in my own voice, but basically what I'm doing is translating the document Dignitatis Humanae on human dignity, the Declaration on Religious Freedom of the Second Vatican Council. So here goes. Writing from a jail cell in Birmingham, Alabama, Martin Luther King anticipated a challenge to the moral goodness of the acts of civil disobedience that landed him behind bars. He anticipated his critics asking the following question: how can you, Dr. King, engage in willful law-breaking when you yourself had stressed the importance of obedience to law in demanding that officials of the southern states comply with the Supreme Court's desegregation ruling in Brown versus Board of Education a few years earlier? Now, here's King's response to the challenge, quoting him. The answer, he says, lies in the fact that there are two types of laws, just and unjust. A just law is a man-made code that squares with the moral law or the law of God. An unjust law is a code that is out of harmony with the moral law. To put it in the terms of St. Thomas Aquinas, an unjust law is a human law that is not rooted in eternal law and natural law. Any law that uplifts human personality is just. Any law that degrades human personality is unjust. So, just laws elevate and ennoble the human personality, or what King in other contexts referred to as the human spirit. Unjust laws debase and degrade it. Now, his point about the morality or immorality of laws is a good reminder that what's true of what we usually call, or sometimes at least call, personal morality is also true of political morality. The choices and actions of political institutions at every level, like the choices and actions of individuals, can be right or wrong, morally good or morally bad, just or unjust. They can be in line with human well-being and fulfillment in all of its manifold dimensions, or they can fail in any of a range of possible ways to respect the integral flourishing of human persons, which, according to Catholic teaching, is what morality is all about: respect for the integral flourishing, the integral well-being of human persons. In many cases of the failure of laws or policies or institutions to fulfill the requirements of morality, we speak intelligibly and rightly of a violation of rights, indeed a violation of human rights. This is particularly true where the failure is properly characterized as that species of immorality we call injustices, violations of rights. But contrary to the teaching of the great godfather of liberal secularism in our own age, John Rawls, the extraordinarily influential Harvard political theorist who died just a few years ago, contrary to his teaching and the teaching of the exceptionally influential school of thought of which he was leading exponent, I wish to suggest that the good, human goods, is prior to the right and indeed to rights including human rights. Now here's what I mean by that opaque and very abstract proposition. To be sure, human rights, including the right to religious liberty, are among the moral principles that demand respect from all of us, including governments and international institutions, which are morally bound not only to respect human rights, but to protect them. To respect people, to respect their dignity, is, among other things, to honor their rights, including, to be sure, the right that we're gathered here today to talk about, the right to religious freedom. Like all moral principles, however, including the right to religious liberty, rights are shaped and given content by human goods that they protect. And with that statement, I defy the entire mainstream of contemporary secular liberal political theory, which is premised on the opposite proposition and proposes, therefore, a morally neutral conception of the foundation of human rights, or what Rawls famously called in his later work, his work from 1993 on, a purely political conception of liberalism. In my view, rights, like other moral principles, are intelligible as rational action-guiding principles because they are entailments and at some level specifications of the integral directiveness or prescriptivity of principles of practical reasoning, principles of morality that direct our choosing toward what is humanly fulfilling and enriching, or as Dr. King would say, uplifting, and away from what's contrary to our well-being as the kind of creatures we are, namely human persons. It's that understanding of the human good and of the role of moral principles, including rights, that is the Catholic proposition. Now, it's not uniquely or distinctively Catholic. Those of you who know anything about the history of philosophy will recognize the voice of Aristotle in that general account of morality, but it runs directly headlong up against the dominant liberal understanding of our day. And it informs Catholic teaching about morality down the line. Everything from sexual morality, in which we find the most direct and greatest conflict between Catholicism and liberal secularism, all the way to conceptions of human rights, such as the right against torture, such as the right against the killing of non-combatants, the right of non-combatants not to be directly targeted in wars, and so forth. And so, for example, it matters to the identification and defense of the right to life, from conception to death, that life itself is no mere instrumental good, but rather is an intrinsic aspect of the good, the well-being of persons, an integral dimension of our overall flourishing. And it matters, similarly, to the identification and defense of the right to religious liberty, that, hear me now, religion is yet another irreducible aspect of human well-being and fulfillment, a basic human good. Now, right here, my old pal from Oxford, with whom I drank many coffees and ate many lunches, Richard Dawkins, goes crazy and says, religion is not a human good, religion is bad. Think of all the bad that's been done in the name of religion. But actually, I think religion, at least understood in the way that I'm going to define it, and the way in which the Catholic Church in the documents of the Second Vatican Council understands it, is a good that even Dawkins himself could affirm. Now, to get there, I have to say a word about what I think religion is. In its fullest and most robust sense, religion is the human person's being in right relation to the divine, the more than merely human source or sources, if there be such, of meaning and value. Now, of course, even the greatest among us in the things of the Spirit falls short of perfection in various ways, but in the ideal of perfect religion, the person would understand as comprehensively and deeply as possible the body of truths about spiritual things and would fully order his or her life and share in a community of faith that is ordered in line with those truths. In the perfect realization of the good of religion, one would achieve the relationship that the divine himself, say God himself, assuming for the moment the truth of monotheism, wishes us to have with him. Now, of course, we run into this problem. Different traditions of faith have different views of what constitutes religion in its fullest and most robust sense. There are different doctrines, different scriptures, different structures of authority, different ideas about what's true in spiritual matters, and what it means to be in proper relationship to the more than merely human sources of meaning and value that different traditions, from Christianity to Buddhism, understand as divinity. Now, for my part, and this is a very Catholic view, for my part, I believe that reason has a very large role to play for each of us in deciding where spiritual truth most robustly is to be found. And by reason here, I mean not only our capacity for moral reasoning, but also our capacities for understanding and evaluating claims of all sorts, logical, historical, scientific, and so forth, because religions make claims in all those areas. But one need not agree with me about this high role of reason. One can embrace, as my friend Cornel West does, a more Kierkegaardian view of reason, and still affirm with me that there's a basic, distinct human good of religion, a basic aspect of the well-being and fulfillment of human beings that we call religion, a good that's uniquely architectonic in shaping people's lives and participation in all the other human goods, and a good that one begins to realize from the moment one begins to take religious questions seriously, questions of meaning and value, questions of ultimacy and transcendence seriously, and begins the quest to understand what the truth is about ultimate things, and begins the effort to order one's life in line with one's conscientious best judgments about the truth. So if I'm right, the Church is right, Then the existential raising of religious questions, the honest identification of answers, the fulfilling of what one truly believes, sincerely believes to be one's duties in light of those answers, are all parts of this complex human good of religion, a good whose pursuit is indispensable as a feature of our flourishing as human beings. If I'm right, in other words, then Seamus put it exactly right when he said that intrinsically and by nature, man is a religious being. It was actually original with Seamus. You just said it better than Eliade had because English was your first language. Eliade made the same point. But if that's true, then respect for a person's well-being, or more simply respect for the person, demands respect for his or her flourishing as a seeker of religious truth and as a man or woman who tries to live in line with his best judgments of what is true. And that in turn requires, that's the thing that requires. It's not just an abstract right dropped down out of the heavens. It's concern for the human good that requires respect for religious liberty. Liberty in the quest to understand religious truth and order one's life in line with it. Now, because faith of any type, including religious faith, cannot be authentic, it can't be faith unless it's freely chosen. Respect for the person, that is to say, respect for his or her dignity as a free and rational creature, requires respect for his or her religious liberty. That's why it makes sense from the point of view of reason and not merely from the point of view of a revealed teaching of any particular faith that we understand religious freedom as a fundamental human right. Now, of course, tragically in times past and even in some places today, the justification for denying religious freedom was a concern with the spiritual well-being of the persons who were denied. That was a cramped and restricted view of religious freedom, and it was one that the Catholic Church was far from entirely free of. Before the Church embraced the robust conception of religious freedom that honors the right to give public witness and expression to sincere religious views, even when erroneous, and it did it in that document, Dignitatis of the Second Vatican Council, Dignitatis Humanae. Some Catholics rejected the idea of a right to religious freedom on the theory that only the truth has rights, a theory today that the Catholic Church rejects, but which many liberal secularists affirm. The idea was that the state, under favoring conditions, should not only publicly identify itself with Catholicism as the true faith, but forbid religious advocacy or proselytizing that could lead people into religious error and apostasy. Secular liberals call that dignitarian harm. The mistake here is not in the premise. Religion is a great human good, and the truer the religion, the better for the fulfillment of the believer. That's true. The mistake, rather, was in the supposition made by some that the good of religion was not being advanced or participated in outside the context of the one true faith, and that it could be reliably protected and advanced by placing civil restrictions enforceable by agencies of the state on the advocacy or practice of religious ideas. In rejecting this proposition, the Fathers of the Second Vatican Council did not embrace the idea that error has rights. They noticed rather that people have rights, and they have rights even when they are in error. And people have rights not only as individuals, but as communities and even institutions and even corporations that they form to affect their legitimate goals. And among those rights, integral to the authentic religion as a fundamental and irreducible aspect of the human good is the right to express and even advocate in line with one's sense of one's conscientious obligations, what one believes to be true about spiritual matters, even if one's beliefs in one way or another are less than sound, and indeed even if they are false. Now, when I've assigned the document Dignitatis Humanae in courses addressing religious liberty, I've always stressed to my students the importance of understanding that document in light of a second document of the Second Vatican Council called Nostra Aetate, the teaching on the non-Christian religions, famous for its repudiation of anti-Semitism, famous for its embrace of the Jewish people, towards whom the church had not been meticulously fair through its history. But it is worth reading and worth understanding, even beyond its teachings and reforms about Judaism. It's the teaching of the church about all the non-Christian religions. They pay tribute to all that is true and holy. Those are the words of the council itself, implying then explicitly saying that there is much that is good and worthy in non-Christian faiths, including Hinduism and Buddhism, and especially Islam and most especially Judaism. In doing so, they give recognition to the ways in which religion, even where it does not include the defining content of what the fathers as Catholics believe to be religion in its fullest and most robust sense, namely the incarnation of Jesus Christ, enriches, ennobles, and fulfills the human person in spiritual dimensions of his or her being. And this is to be honored and respected in the view of the Council Fathers because the dignity of the human person requires it. Now, naturally, the non-recognition of Christ as the Son of God must count for the Church Fathers and the Council as a falling short in the non-Christian faiths, even the Jewish faith, in which Christianity is itself rooted and stands according to Catholic teaching in an unbroken and unbreakable covenant with God, just as the proclamation of Christ as the Son of God must count as an error in Christianity from a Jewish or Muslim point of view. But the Fathers teach this does not mean that Judaism and Islam are simply false and without merit, just as neither Judaism nor Islam teaches that Christianity is simply false and without merit. On the contrary, these are traditions that enrich the lives of their faithful in their spiritual dimensions, thus contributing vitally to their fulfillment. Now, the Catholic Church does not have a monopoly on the so-called natural law reasoning by which I'm today explicating and defending the human right to religious liberty, but the Church does have a deep commitment to such reasoning and a long experience with it. And in Dignitatis Humanae, to go back to that document, the Fathers of the Second Vatican Council first give a natural law argument for religious freedom. In fact, the bulk of the teaching is put in natural law terms before appealing to the data of revelation then to further support it. Now, of course, from the point of view of any believer, of any faith, the further one gets away from the truth in all its dimensions, what the Council Fathers referred to as the fullness of religious life, the less fulfillment is available. That's going to be true even for an atheist. Even Dawkins is going to say the further away from the truth of atheism you are, the less opportunities for human well-being because you're further away from the truth. But that doesn't mean that even a primitive and superstition-laden faith, much less the faith of those advanced civilizations to which the Fathers refer, is utterly devoid of value or that there's no right to religious freedom for people who practice such a faith. Nor does it mean that atheists have no religious freedom or right to religious freedom. To the contrary, the fundaments of respect for the good of religion require that civil authority respect and in appropriate ways even nurture conditions or circumstances in which people can engage in the sincere religious quest and live lives of authenticity, reflecting their best judgments as to ultimate, spiritual, transcendent matters. To compel an atheist to perform acts that are premised on theistic beliefs that he cannot in good conscience share is to deny him, the atheist, the fundamental bit of the good of religion that is his, namely living with honesty and integrity in line with his best judgments about ultimate reality, which can itself be a grand thing. Witness the life and work of, say, Albert Camus. Coercing him, Camus or Dawkins, to perform religious acts does him no harm, since faith really must be free, and dishonors his dignity as a free and rational person. The violation of liberty is worse than futile. Now, of course, there are limits to the freedom that must be respected for the sake of the good of religion. We all know that. There necessarily have to be. Otherwise, people would be violating religious freedom for the sake of religious freedom, and that couldn't possibly be right. But I'm sure we'll get into questions of the limits in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hassan.
Thank you. And you may notice that I'm shaking and perspiring. This is not because I'm afraid of you. And EJ would no doubt like me to think it's because I'm afraid of him, but I'm not. This is Parkinson's. And it's good for some things. It's not entirely bad. It's great for making martinis, for example. It's a great excuse for a bad golf game. Truth is, my golf game is no worse than it ever was, but people used to point at me and say, would you look at that, he's trying to play golf. And now they point at me and say, would you look at that, he's trying to play golf. And it gets you good parking spaces, but on the whole, I really can't recommend it for public speaking. If Robbie was dishonest enough to call me the leader of whatever it was he said, let me be honest enough to say that Robbie is the theoretician of religious liberty in the world. And if It's his job to lay the framework for things. It's my job to dumb them down and sell them to other lawyers. Let me tell you a story briefly, and then ask a couple questions that it poses. The Massachusetts Bay Colony in the 1650s is the site of our story, and it features the Puritans of the time puzzling about what to do about these nasty Quakers that they'd heard tell of. And before there were any Quakers in the Massachusetts Bay Colony at all, they decided to outlaw them, lest any turn up. So they passed a law saying any Quaker that turned up in the colony was to be banished immediately, and if they returned, was to be flogged and then banished again. Well, the Quakers had a very robust idea of conscience. In fact, it was even more than conscience. They claimed it to be the inner light of God's presence himself in their soul. And darned if the inner light didn't tell the Quakers to come back. So the Quakers, being flogged and sent off, returned. So in 1657, they passed another law saying that banished Quakers who were flogged and returned would, for the first offense, have one of their ears cut off. For a second offense, would have their other ear cut off. And for a third offense, would have their tongues bored through with a hot iron. And they enforced this. We have the names and the dates of people who lost their ears to this law in Massachusetts. But the inner light was a very stubborn thing and told them to return. So earless, with holes in their tongues, some of the Quakers returned to preach against this manifest injustice. So the Massachusetts Bay Colony passed yet another statute. It said, for a third offense, the punishment was death. Now, Mary Dyer was a very free-spirited woman who returned 4 times to the colony, Massachusetts Bay, to preach against the Puritans there. Not counting the 2 trips she took to New Haven to preach against the Puritans there as well. So, on June 1st of 1660, she was solemnly, lawfully hanged on Boston Common for the crime of preaching in Massachusetts. There's the story. Here's the question it poses. Why wasn't she lawfully killed? Why shouldn't she die? After all, she had notice of the law. She willingly broke the law. She was duly arrested, properly tried, and properly hanged. What's wrong with that? That's a monstrous question, of course. You can't kill people for preaching in Massachusetts. But the question is, why can't you? It wasn't illegal, it was legally required. It wasn't unconstitutional. There wasn't a constitution yet. While you're pondering that, an even briefer story. Vermont in 1870 had in its constitution a provision that all office holders had to hold and preach the Protestant religion, thereby excluding Catholics and Jews. Here's the brief story. Here's the brief question. If the law requires you to be anti-Semitic, may you be? To repeat, this wasn't illegal. This was legally required. And it wasn't unconstitutional, because although there was a constitution, it didn't apply to the states in 1870. So the question is, if the law requires you to be anti-Semitic, may you be? And the third story takes place in the 1980s in China, where a 6-year-old boy named Gerhun Cheki Ma was arrested, and if he's still alive, is still being held today for the crime of being thought by others to be the Panchen Lama's reincarnation. Every time the State Department, or God help us, the Beckett Fund, says to China, this is an outrage, release the boy, China responds the same way. You're interfering in our internal affairs. Get lost. And here's the question, why aren't they right? Why isn't the question of whether you can arrest and imprison a 6-year-old boy for the religious beliefs of others? Why isn't that just a question of Chinese law? All three of those questions pose are different versions of the same master question. Where does religious liberty come from? If you think the religious liberty comes from the Constitution, surely the Constitution codifies, to some extent anyway, religious liberty. But if you think that it actually comes from the Constitution in the first place, then you must think that Mary Dyer was properly executed. In 1870, anti-Semitism was okay, and the Chinese are right. Because in none of those cases was there a constitution that applied. To skip ahead. To skip ahead, if you don't think that Mary Dyer was properly executed, and if you think that anti-Semitism is always and everywhere illegal, and the Chinese are wrong, then you must think, along with Madison and Robbie, not necessarily in that order, that religious liberty has a foundation elsewhere, prior to and higher than the Constitution. Now, to say that that's true, ultimately, at 1:24 in the afternoon when we have to stop at 2 o'clock, is to say that the traditional American response to where does religious liberty come from? It comes from our Creator. Is right. Let me leave you with a prudent suggestion. The question of whether God exists in the Catholic tradition and the Aristotelian tradition before it is a question of philosophy. The question of who God is a question of theology. And the American founding can be read as conspiracy of theists, some of them deists, some of them Christians, some of them in between, to ground our freedom in our human nature, called to discover and worship God. So EJ, take it away.
Thank you.
Life being unfair, codicil number 62. You have to speak after Seamus Hassan. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. I came here actually more loaded for bear than I needed to be, although we may get to that. When I was first told about the panel by Michael, Jonathan Edwards gave a famous sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, and I felt that I was a liberal in the hands of angry religious liberty advocates, and it was going to be tough today. I do want to salute a couple of people. One is Arthur Brooks. He and I actually often go to the same parish, and he informed me that I sat on the liberal side of the church. Now, I had no idea that there was a liberal side of the church like in Parliament, but I resolutely from then on sat on what he told me was the conservative side of the church, at least to achieve some integration and solidarity. The other person I want to salute is Mike Novak. I always tell Mike, as I used to tell the late Richard Newhouse, that they persuaded me to many of the views I now hold, which in most cases are views they now reject. But I am very proud of the fact that when I was in college, I wrote a very positive review of Mike Novak's The Rise of the Unmeltable Ethnics, still a very important book to me, which he actually still remembered, which touched me. But you usually do remember friendly reviews. But oh, I think I may have done that too. So I'm a Novak fan. But no, I'm proud of that. I'm still proud of that. I also want to thank Michael Strain. And, it's funny, when we started the panel, Michael and I were talking, and he said, what is my fundamental view of what we are talking about? He said, these are hard questions. And I think that when we talk about basic religious liberty, and Seamus raised the question of China, they are not hard questions. There is frank oppression, and then there are the balancing tests that we try to engage in when we have conflicting rights in a liberal, pluralistic society. That's liberal with a small L. And I worry that the religious liberty discussion, and I'm going to close here, has become we've conflated the genuine threats to basic religious liberty, people having their ears cut off, people having their tongues cut out, people being shot, with some difficult questions about what we do when the court establishes a right to gay marriage and what are the rights of gays and lesbians versus what are the rights of conscience for religious people. These are not easy questions. It falls to me as a liberal to point out that we have a panel of 4 straight white guys here. And I do think that we... What?
I was going to ask how you know, but I...
4 professed straight white guys. Then if you
I don't profess.
But we'll take a... This could get really interesting. If you... I mean, my first question to Robbie is, please elaborate in the discussion. I want to hear more. And it is worth thinking about this question in the wake of what happened recently in Orlando. I do want to honor Bishop Robert Lynch of St. Petersburg, who said that, sadly, it is religion, including our own, that targets, mostly verbally, and often breeds contempt for gays, lesbians, and transgender people. Attacks today on LGBT men and women often plant the seed of contempt and then hatred, which can ultimately lead to violence. The reason I think it's very important that Bishop Lynch said that, and I think advocates of religious liberty need to say that, is there is a real concern on the part of our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters that many people changed their view on the nature of religious liberty and conscience exemptions once the majority of the country changed. And it's one of the questions I really want to pose to Seamus and Robbie. I should, by the way, say, Seamus said, I'm not afraid of me. I am afraid of Seamus and Robbie. To paraphrase Donald Trump, it's hard to be on a panel with extremely well-educated people. But I think many of our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters take a look at what we now say about religious liberty and argue, and I think it's a question that needs to be answered, that when the other majority, the majority that opposed gay marriage, and in many cases opposed gay rights, prevailed, there was no talk of exemptions for gays or lesbians. This only came into play after gay marriage was both legalized by the court. and also began to win majority support in the American people. One of the things I'd love Robbie to talk about is, and also correct me, please, if I'm wrong about this, it's my understanding that you actually were critical of you supported the Smith case, and were at one time critical.
Tell us what the Smith case.
The Smith case was the peyote case, where Justice Scalia wrote that a law of general application could ban the Indian tribe, the Native American Church, from using peyote. It led to the passage of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act
by a Democratic Congress.
By a Democratic Congress. It was actually Steve Solars and Paul Henry, I think, who were the lead sponsors in the House. A Democrat and a Republican, Paul Henry from the great evangelical tradition, Carl Henry's son, I believe. At the time, Robbie, if I remember right, you were critical of RFRA, and you weren't critical of RFRA, but you were supportive of Smith. And I want to sort of have some sense of where you changed on that. I'm not against people changing. Okay, well, describe. I just like to, use you as there is no free exercise right to conduct exemption. So I just want you to talk a bit about that, and you can clarify my view. If I'm wrong. So I think that is one thing we need to recognize. Secondly, I think I became for about 3 weeks a hero on the right and the right wing for a column I wrote very critical of the Obama administration when it issued its first rule on the contraception rule under the Affordable Care Act. And at the time, I felt that the exemption that the administration offered was too narrow and also not in keeping with what I believed it had promised many religious people who had actually supported the Affordable Care Act. I was thinking at the time particularly of Sister Carol Keehan, who actually broke with the bishops and has fought for Obamacare, and she and others on the religious side expected that there would be an exemption that would go beyond simply religious institutions who had the inculcation of religious values as their purpose, which left out an awful lot of religiously based groups. And so for a period of time, I was allied with some of my friends here on the religious liberty side. Where I parted company, and this is why I want to reiterate what Michael said about these are hard questions, I thought the administration, the second and third times around, as they sought compromise, actually did reach a reasonable place. I think the fact is the vast majority of Americans believe that health insurance should cover contraception. At the same time, we know the Catholic Church, our church, has a theological objection to contraception, even if most Catholics, including regular churchgoers, disagree with this position. I note that I see fewer families in church these days with 11 kids in them than I did when I was growing up.
Maybe it's just on the other side of the aisle that the big family.
No, actually, on both sides of that aisle, the families are about the same size, I assure you, which raises also interesting questions, which you could elaborate on if you'd like. The church insisted, I think rightly, that its vast array of charitable, educational, and medical institutions should be exempt from the contraception requirement. Now, I think, and this is where, again, I'd like to provoke a discussion. I think I'm here as a provocateur. I think the church made a mistake in arguing its case on the grounds of religious liberty. I thought by moving their legitimate desire for accommodation into a liberty claim, the bishops who took that view implied that the freedom not to pay for birth control rose to the same level as, say, the freedom of worship or the freedom to preach the faith. This led, I believe, and has led to rhetorical excesses, including, as some of you may recall, a comparison of President Obama to Hitler and Stalin by one bishop, and an analogy between the president's approach and the Soviet Constitution by another. But the church, as I say, had good reason to object to the narrowness of the original HHS definition of what constituted an organization entitled to an exemption. And I think where we do agree broadly, and I think a lot of liberals agree on this, is that we honor the vast charitable work done by religious organizations, particularly but not exclusively Catholic organizations, to help millions regardless of their faith, and that this work is manifestly inspired by religion. And the church, when it rejected to the original version of the contraception mandate, could not abide the implicit reduction of its role merely to private expressions of faith. Most of us devoutly wish that religious people would be moved by their beliefs to works of charity and justice. I thought that the rules the administration agreed on, which I believe my colleagues continue to think are troublesome, used long-established language in the Internal Revenue Code to allow organizations an opt-out, but still sought to guarantee access to contraception to people who wanted it through their health insurance. And I think that I'd like to have us talk a bit about what the administration did, not the first time where I agreed with the critics, but on the second and third times is still objectionable to my friends on the other side of the debate. I also think that what I fundamentally believe is that we need to lower the temperature in these debates, not raise them. I think it is a mistake to use inflated language that often suggests that we are approaching a situation faced by people who live under deeply oppressive regimes. I do not believe this advances the cause of religious liberty, and I don't think it puts the church in a position to demand and fight for legitimate accommodations. I just want to share a sort of political fact that I think is relevant to where the church how the church engages in this. At the time of the first contraception ruling, I wrote my angry column. I spoke to a lot of friends on the liberal side in the administration, and there was an internal argument on the political front that said, no matter what we do, we're not going to satisfy these people. No matter what we do, they're going to oppose us. And indeed, when the new rules came out, rules that some in the Catholic service community, if you will, found acceptable, they continued to face opposition. And I think as the church looks for legitimate protection for their institutions, I think this process, again, to go back to Michael Strain, does involve hard questions, does involve balance of competing rights. I think the other thing that we need to bear in mind, and here I think we are united on this panel, I think we'd agree that it's important for the United States to stand up for the rights of religious minorities around the world, including the rights of Christians. In order to do that, I think it's extremely important for us to stand up for the rights of religious minorities. And if anyone sees their rights being challenged right now in our country, I believe it is our fellow Muslim Americans. I want to salute Robbie. I don't want to change his mind by agreeing with him, by the way, but I want to salute Robbie for joining those who have been critical of Donald Trump on many different grounds. I find in particular, as some of you who read my column today, particularly troublesome is his attitude toward religion generally and toward the faith of others. I do not remember a time in my life when a candidate for president has said not only the things he said about Muslims, but has criticized one candidate questioning her Methodism, another candidate questioning his commitment to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and another asking who are the Adventists, as Mr. Trump said of Ben Carson. I think these are threats to religious liberty that could unite us. I am for balance here, and when I said that I was intimidated by the people on this panel and worried about my role, I thought if I brought Pope Francis, the name of God is mercy, they might have some mercy on me. But I also want to turn to Pope Francis to close. I truly believe that inflated rhetoric about alleged and in many cases, I believe, imagined, but we can argue about that, threats to religious liberty, get in the way of those who, in goodwill, want to preserve the integrity of our religious institutions while also protecting the rights of individuals in a pluralistic society. I think feeding a culture war narrative around religious liberty issues decreases the likelihood of achieving fair-minded accommodations on questions where that is what we should seek. Culture wars, after all, exploit our discontent. The task of politics is to heal discontent in the name of a common good that the church has always held high as the standard for a good society. I think something else is lost if all our attention is focused on whether a baker or a florist gets an exemption from selling to a gay couple about to get married. I think something important is lost if so much attention is focused on contraception, when, as I have said, we know that the vast majority of Americans, including Catholics, want contraception coverage as part of their health insurance. I would have personally been much more comfortable on the earlier panels where my friend John Carr and others engaged in a discussion of Catholic social thought. I believe that the Catholic Church has so much to say and has had so much to say historically on how to think about the good society. Not only that, I think that the Catholic Church has laid out the groundwork for a powerful debate between legitimate points of view. Mike Novak and I both like Centesimus Annus. Mike liked it because he saw it opening the way for a more positive view of capitalism. I think I fairly represent your position on that. I like it because I think it actually set up, and I think Pope Francis is continuing this, a debate between two views of the economy and two views, if you will, a more Christian democratic, slightly market-oriented view versus a more social democratic, more state-oriented view with limits on each. The limits on the conservative position is that it must be animated by a concern for the poor, and the limits on the left position is that it must be animated by an awareness about the limits of the state. And so I think the church puts us in this position, and I very much worry that some of these discussions of religious liberty are taking us away from the issues Pope Francis has told us should be at the center of our attention: the hundreds of millions suffering from poverty, disease, a lack of health care and employment, those who desperately want to nurture their families but find themselves on the wrong end of the global economic system. So if I may be forgiven to do so, the devil quotes scripture for his purposes, I know, and every liberal in America quotes Pope Francis for his. But I still love Pope Francis, and I do want to quote from his book on mercy. Jesus does not look at reality from the outside. He lets himself get involved. The kind of compassion needed today to conquer the this kind of compassion is needed today to conquer the globalization of indifference. Jesus sends forth his disciples not as holders of power or as masters of law. He sends them forth into the world, asking them to live by the logic of love and selflessness. The Christian message is transmitted by embracing those in difficulty, by embracing the outcast, the marginalized, and the sinner. I come to you as a sinner on behalf of the outcast and marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to quickly have some responses here. There's three things that I'm seeing. Because there's so much, I want to divide it up into sort of three questions. One is, what are the limits that you suggested, Professor George? What are the limits on the religious liberty? How much... EJ referred to basic religious liberty and used the term freedom of worship, which we know our president likes to use. But so how far does it go beyond that? The other, as far as the temperature and the inflated rhetoric, what are the limits of the state? How far can it and will it go as far as, restraining religious liberty? But
So in other words, how much should we be afraid? You're saying we shouldn't be afraid. How much should we be afraid if we are homeschoolers, run a Catholic school, run a Catholic hospital? But first, with the very specific question that was put to you, Robbie, about the Smith case, religious liberty had to do with conduct. It wasn't worship. It was people drinking. I mean, and so have you changed your mind since then, or?
No, I haven't, and this is really going to be fun. It's going to be fun because I suspect that EJ has read a review of my book, Conscience and Its Enemies, which was published by a Lewis and Clark University law professor named James Oleski on the website of the Harvard Law Review. And I suspect that EJ has not read my rejoinder, my refutation of the Oleski piece, which was published in public discourse. Am I right in both of those respects?
I am guilty as charged.
Yeah, okay. And what I'm about to say is...
May I just point out that one of the greatest fears of a political columnist is when you do your fact-checking, you miss the second piece of research. So I am anxious to hear your rejoinder, but I'm still glad I put his critique on the table.
I'm even more glad you put his critique because this is going to give me an opportunity to explain to you, as if you didn't already know, as Dr. Johnson said, people are much more in need of reminding ordinarily than instructing, how the game is played in liberal academia. And so here goes the story. The Harvard Law Review commissioned a review of my book, Conscience and Its Enemies, by Michael Paulson, professor of law at the University of St. Thomas in Minneapolis, Yale law grad, former professor at the University of Minneapolis. The review came in and it was highly positive. And so what did the editors of the Harvard Law Review, scandalized by the positive review, do? They commissioned a second review by someone who would be more critical. Imagine that happening to a liberal, the author of a liberal book at any law school or academic institution in the country. I dare say EJ wouldn't defend that move on the part of that institution of the Harvard Law Review. What did Paulson do? Well, Paulson did what any self-respecting academic person who believed in integrity would do. He'd say, no way, I'm not playing this game, right? You can have you commission my review, but if you don't want, if you're going to play this game where you're going to balance it, which you never do with liberal authors' books, then I'm not going to play. So the Oleski view gets published. Well, I had a look at the Oleski review, which basically accuses me of having been a born-again religious freedom advocate because I endorsed and stood up for and defended the Smith decision, which said that as originally understood, which is my criterion for constitutional interpretation, the Free Exercise Clause of the Constitution did not authorize courts, mind you, to grant conduct exemptions to legislation, either at the state or the federal level. I believed that then. I believe it now. I was in a small minority. I was up against my dear friend, Father Richard John Newhouse, who believed that the decision was not only wrong, but read the First Amendment out of the Constitution. Nevertheless, I believe that it was right as a matter of constitutional interpretation, pointing out at the time that conduct exemptions were known to the founding generation. They were practiced in the area of conscientious objection to war, as a matter of fact, but they were legislatively granted, and that the proper domain was the legislature for making those sorts of decisions. At the same time, I noted that Congress or a state legislature was perfectly within its constitutional rights to create state legislation that would subject to judicial review laws that impinge negatively on people's religious liberty, essentially using the same test that had been used in the line of cases that began with Yoder and which was essentially overturned it all but in name, because Yoder was upheld but kept in formaldehyde essentially on a dubious theory that Justice Scalia propounded but never was willing actually to defend. But we needn't go into that. Well, I noticed that the Oleski review does not take note of that distinction, nor the distinction between what the Constitution requires and what sound principles of justice or political morality require. He didn't take notice of the fact that I was arguing in favor not only of legislatively granted conduct exemptions, but of the authority of the legislature itself to create statutes, which it could then repeal at at will or override that would authorize courts to impose RFRA, what became the RFRA tests. And I didn't oppose RFRA. Now, how did Oleski manage to miss all this? Well, it became clear in reading it. This is how the game is played in liberal academia for a conservative scholar. He hadn't missed it all. Some of it he was able to erase by the use of ellipses. In one case, using ellipses to eliminate a single word, altering the meaning of what I said. It's all there, folks. Look it up in public discourse. Just enter in your search term Oleski. You will see my argument all laid out, the whole thing. Okay? So this is how the game is played, and it tells us something about who is in control and in charge in academia, and this relates to questions of religious liberty as well. Because while it's true that heads aren't being cut off, thank God, I've spent 4 years on the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, 2 years as chairman, fighting against the truly horrific abuses of religious liberty, enslavement, torture. And EJ is right to say that none of what we have, none of the religious freedom issues that we have in this country are on a par with the sheer brutality and evil of what's going on over there. And I've given my heart and soul to fight against that and try to help people on that. I even broke ranks. I'm up there with, 163 congressional Democrats, believe it or not, who've called for us to actually increase our refugee intake by 100,000. I've also stood up, I think probably as strongly as anybody left, right, or center for the rights of Muslims. But can we say that the religious liberty of people like the pizza shop owners or people like Brendan Ike or people like Kelvin Cochran, the fire chief in Atlanta, or people in academia who would like jobs, but who, because of their pro-life views, their pro-marriage views, their views about traditional sexual morality or any of a host of other things, are excluded from appointment or advancement. And by the way, these people from Kelvin Cochran to the photographers who EJ thinks we're paying too much attention to Brendan Ike, guess who they don't have on their sides, in addition to the elite intellectual culture in the universities and the Obama administration and many other politicians. They don't have Google, Apple, the NCAA, the National Basketball Association, or any of the other elite elements of the plutocracy, which to a large extent controls what goes on by buying politicians. So I was happy, EJ, for the opportunity to address our friend, Mr. Oleski, but the lesson goes far beyond Oleski, far beyond Oleski.
We're going to leave this with, we're going to have EJ, I'm sorry, we're going to have about 1,000 questions left unanswered because we only have a couple minutes left.
EJ should get to return fire.
What I want to put, I want to follow up on that with, especially you, Seamus. I mean, it seems that we're now talking, does the Constitution not, I mean, I thought Robert George was saying the Constitution doesn't really protect your conduct, and so we need legislation to protect the rights of somebody to live their lives and conduct their business according to their conscience. Is that an important distinction to you? Do you think that's true?
If I understand Robbie's position, it's not that the Constitution doesn't protect it. He'd certainly say that it does. It's which branch of government.
Sorry, Seamus. Say again.
It's not that you would say that the Constitution does not protect religious liberty.
No, the Constitution does protect religious liberty. You have a free exercise right in the Constitution.
It
does not authorize just courts to grant conduct exemptions.
So his point is which branch of government.
All right, so I guess then the next question is, what would be the limits for you, EJ, of how far government can go? If they grant an exemption to a Catholic church, you don't have to perform abortions, but they certainly aren't going to grant that exemption to a Catholic hospital if the ACLU gets their way. Should Catholic hospitals be forced to conduct abortions? Should photographers be forced to shoot these weddings, in your view of what a just legal system would look like?
Can I add one sentence to that?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
And why aren't the Little Sisters of the Poor religious enough?
There you go.
The I want to pursue, when you fall into a trap, you should shut up, but I won't. Because I just want to make the point, first of all, if you get more than one review of your book, that's really good. So I'm in favor of multiple reviews of any book anyone writes. It is my impression reading Oleski that his contention is that by supporting state RFRAs, you are in effect creating the opportunity for judicial intervention of the sort you opposed, which is not as, I think, distortive of your position as you suggested. And so I just want to leave it there.
You'll have to read, I'm not going to let you leave it there.
Sure.
You're going to have to read my piece in Public Discourse. But what my position was on the Smith decision was that the Constitution does not authorize the judiciary to do that. Once it's in the legislative hands, the legislature can, if it's abused, remove it by an act of legislation. You don't have an unreviewable court giving itself the power to grant those exemptions with no recourse from the legislature. And that's consistent with my whole philosophy of constitutional interpretation.
Okay, because there is an irony there, because obviously the dissenters in Smith, those who oppose Smith believed it went too far in asserting the state's right to impose a view on a religious minority.
I think that the only justice in the majority who had a problem with state legislative, or for that matter, congressional grants of exemptions, was Justice Stevens. It wasn't any of the conservatives. You'll recall Justice Stevens joined Scalia in a 6-3 majority. It was effectively 5-4. O'Connor voted with the majority, but she didn't want to ditch the old Yoder test. Scalia made clear that states are entirely within, or the legislatures are entirely within their rights in granting exemptions. It was only Stevens, and I believe it wasn't even in a written opinion, but was in extracurrial writings and speeches, said that he feared that if you permitted legislatures to grant conduct exemptions, you'll be creating an establishment clause violation.
All right, we will. I promise we'll read that, and we can set up a new discussion after I read your follow-up. Your question was about requiring Catholic hospitals to perform abortion.
Yeah, this is an active suit of the ACLU.
Which is, I just don't see how you can have an American healthcare system work if you require Catholic hospitals to perform abortions. I think on both prudential grounds for those who care about the functioning of the healthcare system and religious liberty grounds, that can't be done. My problem with Hobby Lobby is that I am very uneasy about extending RFRA protections to private corporations. And I've worried about the entire Hobby Lobby discussion because I believe that it is entirely focused on the religious liberty rights of employers and says nothing about the religious liberty rights of employees. This is all from the point of view of the people who run Hobby Lobby. And it seems to me a legitimate desire on the part of the people who work for such a company to say a healthcare plan should include contraception. And the whole argument tends to be silent on that. Similarly, I worry on the florists and the bakers. I worry about I think advocates of religious liberty need to recognize that religious liberty has been used in our past to defend discrimination, illegitimate discrimination. I think the classic case was of the segregation academies in the South, which were consciously set up after schools were integrated, and many of them were religious. And Jimmy Carter ended up carrying the can for that at the end. But actually, the whole action was started under the Nixon administration because Nixon's HEW decided that actually these weren't there primarily for religious reasons. They were there as segregation academies. And so that is where that fight came from.
Well,
and so
I have to point out in response to that, EJ, that liberal ideology was used for decades to justify eugenics.
Oh, I think all kinds of people justified eugenics. I'm not going to argue with that at all.
Right, but we can't blacken.
I don't think liberals were not unique in this. I think it is when you go back and look at the progressive era, that is a black mark on the progressives. I don't think there's
Sure,
any
sure,
doubt
it's a
about
black
that.
mark on the progressives. My point is that you can't tar a point of view because that point of view, however
No,
correct.
it's not a point of view. It's about, I'm not tarring a point of view. I am saying that religious liberty exemptions have to be examined carefully.
Yeah, you're getting to my question.
It is not
for
illegitimate
both of them, which
for people who disagree with a particular
Yeah.
one, in this case LGBT people, to say, wait a minute, you are using religion to justify forms of discrimination.
But
It may
only in
not
this-
be your intent, but
only
it is your effect.
Only in the same way that pro-life people are right to say your justification for abortion or for the right to abortion, the pro-choice position, is relying on many of the same principles that were used to justify.
But so let me focus back up. I think what EJ's asking here.
But
There are limits.
Who are
There are
on the right
EJ.
also for eugenics.
There are limits. There are limits to religious liberty, which is what you said, Robert. So I'm going to first throw this question to Seamus. We know that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 interfered with somebody's ability to run his business as he thought was right, which was excluding black people from a diner counter. We know that religious reasons can be given for all sorts of horrible things, and so when you go down to a baker, I mean, when I get a birthday cake or my daughter gets her confirmation cake, she doesn't go, oh, wow, that was so nice of you, Mr. Baker. She doesn't think that the baker is a person sending this message. They're just a person who is in the middle. Where do you draw the line between, I guess, what's the limit of religious liberty? Why is it different from discrimination against blacks? And why shouldn't it be able to be used for an exemption to any civil law that's broadly applicable?
When you talk about the bakers, it's not as if they're saying one day, no donuts for gay people. It's more focused on the solemnizing fact of a wedding cake. And it's not as if...
Solemnizing, was that the word?
Yeah. So it's not that they don't want to sell donuts to people because they're gay. It's because they don't want to participate in solemnizing something that they think can't be solemnized. And looked at from that perspective, I think it all appears much more reasonable.
Well, I think to make the argument EJ makes work, and you see this not only in the literature of advocacy, but you see it in Supreme Court decisions like Anthony Kennedy's decisions in the marriage cases, the Doma case and then the Obergefell case. To make that work, you have to reduce the belief that marriage is the conjugal union of a husband and wife to the status of mere animus, of bigotry, to make it akin to what actually motivated the belief in the inherent inferiority of black people, what actually motivated segregation in the South, and therefore motivated the efforts on the part of Congress in the 1960s to combat that, deeply ingrained, massively practiced injustice. But there's where the key difference is. Catholics, evangelicals, Orthodox Jews, Muslims, Mormons, members of every faith and some people of no faith, who believe that marriage is truly the conjugal union of husband and wife, who believe that sexual relations are properly reserved to marriage and only to marriage, are not guilty of animus. The worst that you can say about them, I actually don't think this is true because I think they're right, is that they're incorrect philosophically. But you do not do what you rightly did to racists and segregationists for people who are simply incorrect philosophically and bear no animus or hatred or bigotry in their hearts.
All right, so EJ, I'm just going to say...
I don't think motivation
One second, you're going to get a response. We're going to go straight from this into Bishop Barron's thing because he has to leave right away. I want you all to stay seated. We're going to end with closing comments from the away team. EJ Dion, please go.
Well, first of all, on your point, so you can reply to me when it comes to you, I don't think
we're not going to be
motivation is, if you are gay or lesbian, I'm not sure your concern is motivation. Your concern is whether you can use a public accommodation and whether that public accommodation is denied to you. And so what I worry about on the cake question, in other words, clearly there is an exemption for religious institutions for use of their churches, synagogues, mosques, their halls, in their churches are obvious. I think we would agree that is, and I think most people would agree.
Well, your side doesn't agree on halls.
What?
Your side doesn't agree on halls, including Knights of Columbus halls.
Well, I think I probably go with letting them have the exemption on the halls. But no, I don't think of it that way. But I do think that when it is a public accommodation, when you begin the process of allowing a religious exemption, the fact that it is not a form of discrimination based on hatred, although we could argue, do you need to prove in court that it's hatred versus a deeply held religious opinion? I don't think that works. I just think once you cross the line into religious accommodations, this is a problem. But what I want to close on is something different, which is how are there examples where we have actually found ways of achieving consensus on some of these questions? 3 quick examples. Under the Clinton administration, there was over-interpretation of the First Amendment in the public schools that essentially denied the religious liberty rights of students in public schools. And after a long process of negotiation and discussion that ranged, I believe, from the ACLU to a variety of conservative Christian groups, the administration put out some guidelines, the Education Department, that said essentially, look, kids can carry Bibles to school, kids can wear yarmulkes. There are all kinds of things that are permitted, and President Clinton said at the time that religious freedom doesn't stop at the schoolhouse door. A very similar thing was done in those years on behalf of religious employees of the government, what they could and could not keep on their desk. Seamus, you may have been involved in some of these things, and I thought this is a wonderful example of how a pluralistic democracy can arrive at consensus that actually enhances the rights of religious people. And I think that the most recent example are the guidelines that this administration issued on faith-based organizations, that the Obama administration didn't abolish the Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiatives. They changed the name. They did not abolish government cooperation with religious charity and social service organizations. Indeed, I think this still holds up that John DiIulio, our friend, saw that more money was going to such groups under Obama than under the previous administration. That may simply be a product of social service spending. Nonetheless, it's significant. And Stanley Carlson Tease, among others, who I think you broadly agree with on these questions, said these are reasonable new guidelines for these partnerships. I use all 3 of those for 2 purposes. One is to say it is possible to reach some consensus on these difficult questions. And secondly, to say that these are hard questions. I don't see a war on religious liberty in the country. I see us as having a series of very difficult debates on how to balance the rights of our fellow Americans.
And speaking of religious accommodation, we have to accommodate Bishop Barron, who's here from out.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Thank you very much. Please stay seated for Bishop.
I learned a lesson.
It was really bad. What he did.
Thank you.
While they're setting up, can you have them turn up the mic? Thanks. While they're setting up, I want to introduce our next speaker. For those of you who are just joining us, I'm Arthur Brooks, president of AEI. This is a conference that I've personally been looking forward to as a practicing Catholic. I was worried that it was going to be boring and non-controversial, and so obviously we don't have to worry about that. I know you've been enjoying the program so far today with the panels, and you're going to love the ending of this conference. I want to introduce our last speaker today, who's my friend Bishop Robert Barron, who's going to close things out with a keynote address. And if we have time, a little bit of Q&A, although he has a plane to catch, so it remains to be seen. Bishop Barron was appointed an auxiliary bishop of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles by Pope Francis in the year 2015. He serves as Episcopal vicar for the Santa Barbara region, which is a pretty beautiful region to be in almost any job, I think. Before his move to the West Coast, Bishop Barron served as rector and president of Mundelein Seminary at the University of St. Mary at the Lake, which is a major school of theology for the Archdiocese of Chicago. And he was there on the faculty until 1992, serving as the leader for the last 3 years before he became bishop. In addition to his pastoral work and his widely acclaimed scholarship, Bishop Barron is one of the world's best-known Catholic apologists and communicators. Probably all of you here, almost all of you, are well aware of his work on Word on Fire, which was invented, pioneered by Bishop Barron under the watchful eye of Cardinal Francis George of Chicago, the mentor of Bishop Barron. The Word on Fire Catholic Ministries has a goal of using both old and new media to reach people all over society, and it's been spectacularly successful. Today, he preaches to more than 850,000 subscribers across all social media platforms. He's a star in online video in the podcasting world. He's a best-selling author, and he's the host and creator of the immensely popular video series Catholicism. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it greatly to your interest. It will, I think I can say without much doubt that it's going to change your life. It has changed mine. I want to talk to you just for a second about impact, just in about 2 minutes, about how impact can actually work. In our world of ideas, you always wonder if you're going to have impact. Well, I want to tell you about impact and how it looks in the case of Bishop Barron. A couple of years ago, my wife was, Esther, who's here too, was telling me I needed to listen to a CD of Bishop Barron, it was a talk he was giving on the 7 last words of Christ in New York. And in that talk, Bishop Barron was quoting a speech that he heard from his mentor, Cardinal Francis George in Chicago. And those of you who don't remember Cardinal George, he passed away tragically a couple of years ago of cancer. But he was really the great intellectual of the American Catholic Church. I mean, he was the source of ideas for so many people, so many theologians and lay people. And so I was very interested in what Bishop Barron was saying, was going to quote him on. The real reason I was most interested, however, was because he was going to quote him on a speech he was giving about fundraising. And I'm really into fundraising. Those of you who are my donors here know that it's a keen interest of mine. And he was talking to a group of Cardinal George was talking to a group of his donors for his poverty programs in Chicago, really wealthy donors. And here's what, according to Bishop Barron, exactly what Cardinal George said. He said, the poor need you to pull them out of poverty, and you need the poor to keep you out of hell. And I thought, I'm not going to use that for AEI. But Bishop Barron's point was different than how to be a good fundraiser. His point was this: do we need the poor? You know, it's a non-trivial question today, isn't it? In a society that's effectively bifurcating between those who are privileged and those who aren't, ask yourself, what would the world look like to you if the poor disappeared? I dare say that it would have less effect on you than you'd like to admit. You know, this country was based on the labor and the necessity of people who didn't have privilege, but had the urge to work hard and to pursue their earned success, wasn't it? Bishop Barron and I were having lunch today, and we remarked that this is a country of ambitious riffraff. Your ancestors, most of your ancestors, came here poor, and they came here to work hard. Do we still need them? The words at the base of the Statue of Liberty, give us your poor. Does it mean anything today? I actually don't think it does. We don't need poorer people. Now, that stuck in my head when he said this on this CD that I was listening to, and then it was like I was learning a foreign language. I started hearing need for people over and over again. You know that sensation when you get a concept in your head and you can't get it out of your head? And it changed my work, and it changed our focus at AEI, and this is impact. Right after that, I was working with a group in New York City that's the most successful homeless shelter in New York called the Doe Fund. It's all about work and getting guys who've been on the streets and who are formerly incarcerated, most of them drug addicted, through work to meaningful lives. And I was talking to one guy who just gotten out of prison after 22 years. He killed a guy when he was 18. He's 40 years old. He gets out of prison. He's never had a job. He's never driven a car. He's never rented an apartment. He's starting his life new. And the job he's working is for an exterminator. And he's killing bugs for $7.25 an hour, a dead-end job, according to elitists. And I asked him, how is your life? I'm just getting to know him. I mean, he's the vertical integration of AEI's ideas of a better life through hard work and earned success and merit. And I wanted to know how it was going. And he says, how am I doing? How's my life going? He said, let me show you something. And he pulled out his iPhone, which is not the secret to a happy life, although it's pretty cool. And he's looking at it. He says, look at this. It's an email message from my boss. And his name is Rick. He says, the email message from the manager of the exterminator company says, Dear Rick, emergency bed bug job, East 65th Street. I need you now. I said, so? He says, read it again. I need you now. That is the first time in my life anybody has said that to me. Think about it. That is the essence of why you are well, is because somebody needs you tonight. You're going to go someplace where somebody needs you. How much do we need the poor? How much do we need every citizen? Our job in policy analysis and economic policy and education policy and every area of policy is to make sure that no person, no individual is rendered superfluous. Okay, now that changed our approach. That's what we're investing in this institution. That made a change in the American Enterprise Institute. The man who brought that to me is going to speak to you now. This is pure impact. And now this is the voice of pure impact. Ladies and gentlemen, Bishop Robert Barron.
Well, thank you all very much. And Arthur, thank you for that lovely introduction. Arthur's one of those rare people that just makes you feel more alive when you're with him. And I've always appreciated that. And what a thrill to be here with all of you at this great place. And what a stimulating day of conversation. I apologize for the rapidity of this transformation. I do have a plane to catch, so I'll try to get through my paper relatively quickly. Great seeing all the young people. I'm delighted. And how many Catholic U people are here? Good. I'm a proud Catholic U graduate, so just wonderful to see all the young folks here. Hope we have a little bit of time at the end for some conversation. I'm also a veteran teacher, so I know that 2:15 p.m. is not the ideal time to be delivering a serious paper, but we'll give it a go. What I'm going to talk about is just a new model for church culture dialogue. That's the general topic. All my life, I've heard spirited advocacy for the dialogue between the church and the wider culture. But the call has come almost exclusively from the church and not from the culture. Putting the church and the world in conversation has tended to mean that Catholicism must make itself intelligible to politicians, artists, scientists, and social theorists, precisely by utilizing the language and conceptual forms of secular politics, art, science, and social theory. Rarely, if ever, have I heard avatars of the culture eager to submit their manner of thinking and behavior to the discipline of the church, or to make themselves intelligible to religious people. It's this one-way quality of the conversation, I submit to you, is problematic. John Milbank famously said, "The pathos of modern theology is its false humility," by which he means its Schleiermacherian tendency to seek the favor of its cultured despisers by aping their style of thought and expression. As Karl Barth indicated now over 100 years ago, the sophisticated critics of Christianity have proven remarkably unresponsive to the overtures of Schleiermacher and his numerous disciples. What I've called beige Catholicism, a Catholicism that's too culturally accommodating, excessively apologetic, shifting and unsure in its identity, is the fruit of this false humility and of this largely one-way conversation. So, what I want to do in the course of this presentation is first to explore a bit more fully the theoretical roots of beige Catholicism in typically modern experiential, expressivist, and correlational models of theology, and next to propose, with the help of John Henry Newman, an assimilationist approach to the church-culture dialogue. Then, in the light of this method, I want to show how an assimilating church might respond to three positive and 3 negative features of the American political culture. So that's the overview if you're keeping score. So first, beige Catholicism. The Christian Church's willingness to engage the secular culture finds its origins in Paul's address to Greek intellectuals on the Areopagus in Athens, sometime in the early 50s of the first century, and in Justin Martyr's decision in the mid-2nd century to place what he called Christian philosophy in conversation with the regnant Platonism of his time. At its best, Christianity has resisted the temptation to ask with Tertullian, what has Athens to do with Jerusalem? Or to speak with Martin Luther of, quote, that whore reason. No Christian thinker better exemplified the practice of ecclesial-cultural conversation than my intellectual hero, Thomas Aquinas, who effected a still stunning adaptation of Aristotelian language to evangelical purposes. But during the modern period, Christian theologians began to engage the culture in a new and distinctive manner, allowing themselves to be positioned by the concerns and demands of the secular world. It is to this way of establishing the rapport between the gospel and the culture that I object. Well, what was its provenance? Given the enormously negative impact of the wars of religion, which had devastated post-Reformation Europe, many modern thinkers began to speculate about a form of religiosity that was, in its universality, both rational and nonviolent. It was, they concluded, the very particularity of positive religion and its authoritative interpretation that caused such trouble. Thus, for example, Catholics claim the Eucharist involves the real presence of the Lord, whereas most Protestants claimed it's an evocative symbol. And since there was, finally, no way to adjudicate the dispute, violence was the only recourse. Fascinating, by the way, to read so many of the Western reactions to the events of 15 years ago, to see these same modern concerns about revealed religion and violence coming to the fore. And so we see in Descartes, Spinoza, Locke, Kant, Jefferson, Hegel, and Emerson, to name just a few, the modern desire to set aside the peculiarities of positive religion and embrace a universal religion of reason. Thomas Jefferson literally taking the straight razor to the pages of the New Testament, endeavoring to extricate from it all passages that smack of the supernatural, is a particularly apt illustration of the process. But the clearest exemplar of the modern religious style was, as I suggested, Friedrich Schleiermacher, the father of modern liberal Protestantism. Religion for Schleiermacher is not ethics or metaphysics or aesthetics or even revelation, but rather a mysticism grounded in what he called, quote, the feeling of absolute dependency. This feeling, in principle open to all, provides the criterion by which the elements of positive religion, dogma, doctrine, liturgy, practice, etc., can and should be judged. Along more or less Cartesian lines, Schleiermacher suggests that the objective in particular be brought before the bar of the subjective and universal for adjudication. Experience measures doctrine rather than the inverse. The radicality and thoroughness of Schleiermacher's revolution can be seen in his marginalization of the doctrine of the Trinity itself to an appendix of his magnum opus, the Glaubenslehre. The dogma that generations of Christian theologians took to be central to the faith is not discussed in the body of Schleiermacher's work, since its contents did not correspond, he thought, in any direct way to the feeling of absolute dependency. Schleiermacher's fondest hope was that this experience-based and purified version of Christianity would prove attractive, both intellectually and morally, to the enlightened critics of classical religion. Now, the mainstream, as you know, of modern theological liberalism has raced down the Schleiermacher Autobahn. Thus, Rudolf Otto grounds authentic religion in our sense of the mysterium tremendum et fascinans. Paul Tillich roots it in ultimate concern. Karl Rahner sees it in the experience of standing in the presence of absolute mystery. David Tracy anchors it in certain limit experiences that both challenge and provoke us. In all these cases, some sort of universal religious sensibility becomes the norm for reading and judging the tradition of revelation. In much of liberalism, this basic move is broadened out so as to include the two categories of the world and the situation on the one hand, and revelation on the other. And thus the fundamental project becomes the effecting of a correlation, Paul Tillich's term, between the two realms. Now, problems with this method abound, but I'll draw attention to what I consider its fundamental flaw. In the measure that theological liberalism allows revelation to be positioned by something outside of itself, it runs counter to the structuring logic of the New Testament. In the first chapter of Paul to the Colossians, we find this breathtakingly maximalist claim about Jesus Christ. Quote, "In him all things were created, things visible and invisible. All things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together." Close quote. And in the prologue to the Johannine Gospel, we hear that the Logos made flesh in Jesus is that through which all things are made, that apart from him nothing comes to be. But these claims imply that Jesus Christ is the reasonability that positions, explains, and situates everything within the finite creation. Nature, humanity, politics, art, science, culture, the planets and stars, things both visible and invisible, all of it comes from him and centers around him. And this means in turn that Jesus cannot be positioned or explained from any point of vantage external to him. Both Karl Barth and Hans Urs von Balthasar complained that the principal problem with modern theology is that it permits Christ to be situated under the more general heading of religion or of religious experience, whereas such a move is directly repugnant to the incarnational logic of Colossians and the prologue to John. For those who navigate the Schleiermacher Autobahn, experience becomes the measure of Christ, but the Jesus of Colossians and the Gospel of John must be the measure of experience, as he is of everything else. A similar difficulty emerges when we analyze the various correlational methods of contemporary theological liberalism. In Tillich's version, for instance, culture, the situation, experience raise the questions to which the theologian attempts to coordinate the answers of the biblical tradition. But as any reader of the Platonic dialogues realizes, the one who poses the questions always determines the flow and nature of the conversation. More to it, the questioner provides the context in which the answer qua answer appears. Once again, the correlational style requires that a dimension of finite reality positions the logos, by which and for which the whole of finite reality is made. It's none other than this dominance of the environing culture over revelation that produces beige Catholicism. Now, does this critique of modern correlationalism and experientialism in theology mean that the Christian church is doomed to a sectarian retreat from the dialogue with contemporary culture? The nearly universal tendency to answer that question affirmatively is testament to the pervasive influence of this model. In point of fact, as we saw earlier, numerous Christian thinkers, Paul, Justin, Origen, Augustine, Anselm, and Aquinas, to name just a few, conversed very creatively with the wider society, but they did so in accord with the Christocentric logic of revelation and not in accord with liberal assumptions. I'd like to explicate the nature of this approach more thoroughly by drawing attention to the thought of John Henry Newman, a theologian who was simultaneously deeply invested in the dialogue with the culture of his time and, in his own words, a lifelong opponent of, quote, the spirit of liberalism in religion. In his essay on the development of Christian doctrine, Newman argues that one of the marks of a healthy and properly developing church is, quote, the power of assimilation. That is to say, its ability to adapt to its environment, taking in what it can and resisting what it must. A robust organism draws into itself and adapts to its purposes certain features of its world, and it throws off other elements that would compromise or threaten its essential structure. Newman observes shrewdly that an unhealthy animal will soon enough be itself assimilated by the stronger animals around it. A still, I think, very fitting analogy. In light of these observations, I might suggest a theological relationship to the culture that is assimilationist rather than correlationist. The church ought to reach out to the world, but never allow the world, as the post-conciliar slogan had it, I heard this a lot as a kid, that the world sets the agenda for the church. No, that's always a problem. The body of Christ ought to move confidently within the environment around it, adapting to itself what is good, true, and beautiful, and expelling whatever is alien to its form of life, using all the time its own organic structure as criterion and norm. Something I want especially to stress is this. A beige, culturally accommodating Catholicism is incapable of both proper resistance to and proper absorption of the wider world. The willingness of the Vatican II Fathers to turn to modern society in a missionary spirit was born of their serene confidence in the essential doctrinal and moral integrity of the Church. Remarking on the right interpretation of Vatican II, Pope Benedict XVI, we recall, observed that the purpose of the Council was not to make the Church more like the world, but rather to make the world more like the Church. Accordingly, he interprets John the 23rd's famous trope of the opening of the windows as expressive of the Church's desire to let the wisdom, truth, and spiritual vitality of the Church out for the sake of transforming society. Balthasar meant much the same thing when he spoke in the 1950s of Schleifung der Bastionen, the raising of the bastions, not R-A-I-S-I, but R-A-Z-I-N-G, the raising of the bastions, of a church still crouching too defensively behind its own walls. To be sure, the Vatican II Fathers called for and implemented changes in the church, but these changes had a missionary and evangelical purpose. They were meant to render the church more capable of drawing the logoi of the world into the logos of Jesus Christ, to assimilate, I would argue, rather than to correlate. But sadly, after the council, this turning toward the modern society was interpreted in far too many quarters as a turning into modern society, assimilation devolving into accommodation. What I've called beige Catholicism is the result of this hermeneutical mistake. Okay, so having just clarified that distinction, I want to look now at the church vis-a-vis our American culture and see how an assimilating church would operate. I'll look at some negative dimensions of the society which the church should resist and positive ones that it can and should assimilate. So first, the negative dimension. What I want to do in this next section of the paper is to engage in a reading of our American culture from the standpoint of an assimilating church, showing how the community gathered around Jesus Christ ought to relate to the positive and negative elements within the culture. I'm consciously turning away from the dominant liberal model of analyzing the situation to put it in correlation with the answers coming from the tradition. Instead, I will endeavor to show precisely why the church must resist certain features of the culture and precisely how it can adapt others to itself. So, first to the negative side of the ledger. There is within the American political culture, I would argue, a strong strain of Hobbesianism. This came up this morning in the Q&A. Mediated to it largely by John Locke by way of Thomas Jefferson. Hobbes's political philosophy is intelligible only against the background of certain shifts in metaphysics and epistemology at the dawn of the modern era. Under the influence of the nominalism of William of Ockham and the univocal conception of being formulated by Duns Scotus, early modern thinkers tended to see the universe as composed of isolated individuals or particles in motion. Read the first part of the Leviathan of Hobbes. Before you get to the political stuff, read the metaphysics. This conception had a very clear social implication, and Hobbes was very quick to draw it. Whereas for Thomas Aquinas, the human being is by nature a political animal, that is to say, connected to everyone else in the civil society by ontological and not merely conventional bonds. For Thomas Hobbes, the human is by nature non-political, self-interested, moved by basic passions for self-preservation. This is why for Hobbes' state of nature is the state of war, productive of a life that is, in his famous quote, solitary, nasty, brutish, and short. Political organization, on Hobbes's reading, comes about through an artificially contrived social contract in which people reluctantly surrender some of their rights in order to maintain at least some modicum of peace. Because of this reductive understanding of government, the ethical and spiritual purpose of politics is largely set aside. The purpose of the state becomes the adjudication of disputes among the citizens and ultimately the protection of each against the violent attacks of others. In the classical context, the raison d'être of government was the encouragement of moral excellence, whereas in the Hobbesian framework, it's the maintenance of order. Here, contrast Aristotle to Hobbes, and the thing opens up. In his political philosophy, John Locke softened, certainly, and modified Hobbes's social contract theory, but kept its most fundamental features, including and especially the artificiality of the political arrangement and the severe truncation of the sense of the common good. Thomas Jefferson gives voice to the Hobbes-Locke perspective when he speaks in the Declaration of Independence of the right to pursue happiness as one sees fit. Most Western philosophers from the classical period through the High Middle Ages considered the determination of the objective nature of happiness to be perhaps the central philosophical question. Think of the first part of the second part of the Summa of Aquinas, where this is massively important to understand the moral life. And they furthermore held that the purpose of politics is to conduce, at least to some degree, to the attainment of this happiness. But in accord with his distinctively modern assumptions, Jefferson tends to relativize and subjectivize the meaning of happiness and effectively dissociates it from the work of government. Within the confines of this brief presentation, I can but gesture towards some of the negative consequences of this fundamentally Hobbesian conception of politics. First, we notice the individualism and litigiousness of our society. When the common good remains unexplored and unarticulated, when the government's purpose is reduced to that of the adjudication of disputes, we do tend to lose our corporate social identity and a shared sense of moral direction. Further, when we no longer understand ourselves to be ontological siblings, connected to each other by the deepest metaphysical bonds, we do indeed devolve into a collectivity of individuals, clamoring for rights and special prerogatives. The Hobbesianism of our society can be seen as well, as Robert Cranach points out, in the flattening and coarsening of our popular culture. When self-expression becomes the supreme value, aesthetic standards are either overlooked or aggressively marginalized. But the Hobbes influence shows itself perhaps most tragically in the government's unwillingness to intervene firmly when clear moral values are under attack in the society. Two decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court are especially illuminating, as we well know in this regard. In Roe v. Wade, the court famously found a right to privacy buried in the provisions of the Constitution, and on that basis allowed for practically unlimited access to abortion throughout the country. But the court's resolution of the matter of Casey versus Planned Parenthood is even more sobering and disturbing. Expanding on the principle of privacy, the justices decided that it belongs to the very nature of individual liberty to determine the meaning of one's own life, indeed the meaning of existence and the universe. Incredibly, I'm quoting directly from the determination there. It'd be hard to imagine a more radical expression of Hobbesian relativism and individualism. Another negative feature of the American culture with certain roots in Hobbes is our typically modern understanding of freedom as choice. The great Dominican scholar Servet Pinckaers has drawn a simple but illuminating distinction between this conception of liberty and the idea of freedom that held sway in the classical and Christian periods. The former he calls the freedom of indifference, and the latter the freedom for excellence. On the modern reading, freedom is the capacity to hover above the yes and the no and to make a determination in one direction or the other without any coercion, either interior or exterior. In this context, law, discipline, and virtue are in an extremely tensive relationship with freedom, since they represent limitation on the range of choice. Now, freedom for excellence is not primarily independent choice, but rather the disciplining of desire so as to make the achievement of the good first possible and then effortless. So one becomes a free speaker of the English language, not so much by cultivating his power to choose, but rather by submitting himself to a whole series of rules, disciplines, and masters. When those directives are sufficiently internalized, that person becomes capable of expressing in English whatever he wants. He becomes free in his speech. Or one emerges as a free golfer, not in the measure that she swings the club according to her personal whim. Try that sometime, golfers. But inasmuch as she submits herself to a strict and densely objective nexus of rules, practices, directives, and restrictions. In this process, she becomes capable of responding well and creatively to the ever-shifting demands of the game of golf. Given this notion of freedom, liberty is by no means opposed to the law, but rather finds itself in relation to the law. For the advocates of the freedom for excellence, self-expression is far less important than the ordering of the self in the direction of the good. John Paul II was one of the most eloquent defenders of freedom in the second half of the 20th century, but throughout his pontificate, he insisted upon the correlation between liberty and truth. On a freedom of indifference reading, this juxtaposition is puzzling at best. But on a freedom for excellence interpretation, it's altogether coherent. There's probably no word that stirs the American heart more than freedom, no value more prized than liberty. But the mainstream of American culture tends to interpret that term along modern lines, construing it as spontaneous personal choice and self-determination. And this is repugnant to a biblical tradition that identifies the seizing of the prerogative to determine the nature of good and evil as the originating sin. One might say the transition from the freedom for excellence to the freedom of indifference is tantamount to a repetition of the fall. A third negative feature of the American culture that must be resisted by the assimilating church is the privatization of religion. Stanley Hauerwas has commented that the modern political states forged with religion a kind of peace treaty, the central stipulation of which was that the state would tolerate religious practice as long as it remained essentially a private matter. We've heard a lot about that today. And so Richard John Newhouse's famous Naked Public Square, a political arena from which religious ideas and values have been aggressively excluded, is the fruit of this privatization. But authentic Christianity can never be privatized, precisely because it speaks of the Creator God, who grounds and rules all things. For biblical people, and those formed intellectually in the biblical tradition, God is not one being among many, as in pagan, deist, or nominalist conceptions, but rather the creator and ground of all finite things, ipsum esse subsistens, rather than en summum, in the language of Thomas Aquinas. But this means that all areas of life, public and private, the social and the individual, the natural and the conventional, belong to God and are related to God, much as the elements that make up the rose window are connected to the center. In point of fact, a thoroughly secular realm, an arena of life untouched by the sacred, is made possible only by a deeply unbiblical reading of God. Accordingly, the church cannot be one element among many within the society, a collectivity of persons blandly cultivating a private set of convictions. Instead, it should be that institution which names the way that God impinges on every aspect of existence and then encourages participation in the work of God. To be sure, the Christian church enters these realms nonviolently and using only the power of persuasion. It proposes, doesn't impose, as John Paul II always said. But it certainly doesn't absent itself from them in a spirit of false humility. In regard to these three negative features, Hobbesian individualism, a modern conception of freedom as choice, the privatization of religion, a robust church should assume the stance that Augustine assumed vis-a-vis the corrupt society of ancient Rome, namely one of honest and unambiguous opposition. Augustine attempted in the City of God neither a correlation with or accommodation to what he took to be the ersatz justice and peace of the Roman Empire. Instead, he named the sins of Roman social order and proposed an alternative, what he called the Civitas Dei, an order predicated upon the worship of the true God. However, to remain within a purely reactive framework would be simplistic and counterproductive, for the assimilating church is also eager to take in and take up what it can from the culture. And now to a consideration of this positive dimension, I will turn. We're getting through the paper. Don't worry, everybody. We're getting through it. So here's the positive side, because I got to get a plane, so I'm also aware of getting through my paper. Thomas Aquinas, of course, I would say the most revered and authoritative voice in the Catholic tradition, and therefore it's easy enough to forget that in his own time he was anything but universally admired. In fact, the innovative synthesis of Aristotelian metaphysics and biblical revelation inspired a number of vocal opponents, one of whom famously commented that Thomas was diluting the wine of the gospel with the water of a pagan philosopher. To this critique, Thomas deftly responded, "No, rather I'm transforming water into wine." That retort of the Aquinas beautifully expresses what Newman meant by the church's assimilation of positive features within its environment. It doesn't simply absorb them, rather it elevates them and perfects them, in accord with the great Catholic principle, gratia supponent et perfecit naturam, right? Grace supposes and perfects nature. As I've already hinted, one problem with a beige Catholicism is that it's incapable of defending itself against truly hostile features of the wider culture. But a second and perhaps even more dangerous problem is that it remains incapable of appropriately transfiguring the positive dimensions of the same culture. A particularly good example of this process of elevating assimilation is the manner in which John Paul II embraced the human rights tradition of the Western democracies, especially of our own country, becoming, by the end of the 20th century, its most passionate advocate on the world stage. That irony has already been remarked upon today. Now, at first blush, this seems odd, given the rather harsh critique of the Hobbes-Locke articulation of human rights that was offered in the previous section. So a distinction is in order. For the modern political tradition, human rights flow ultimately from desire. Hobbes felt that we have a right to life and the avoidance of violent death, precisely because those are things that we most passionately, indeed inevitably, want. Locke expressed the same idea with admirable laconicism. We have the right, he said, to those things that we cannot not desire, namely life and its essential supports of liberty and property. Jefferson took in this Lockean understanding, only replacing property with the pursuit of happiness. But John Paul too understood human rights within a different framework. As a biblical person, he saw them as grounded not so much in the power of subjective desire as in the facts of creation and redemption. Freely created by God and mercifully redeemed by Christ, every individual, no matter her background, education, skill level, ethnic origin, etc., is a subject of inviolable dignity and worth. And from this identity flow rights and a claim to justice. For Thomas Aquinas, whom John Paul follows here very carefully, justice is the act of rendering to each what is due, Plato's old definition. And what is due to each person is respect, love, protection, freedom, and the basic necessities of life. Thus, when John Paul spoke glowingly and sincerely of the human rights tradition in our country, he was claiming ideas that were still too redolent of Hobbes and elevating them into a new evangelical framework. He was transforming water into wine, it seems to me, creatively assimilating a key feature of the secular culture into the organic life of the church. A second, most important, a positive dimension of our political culture is our experiment in civilized pluralism. When John Paul came to my hometown of Chicago in 1978, he celebrated Mass on the Lake Michigan lakefront, preaching to a typically American crowd drawn from numerous races, backgrounds, and religious persuasions. In the course of his homily, well worth reading too, even today, he commented positively on the American national motto, E pluribus unum, observing that it's an echo of the church's call to draw the many nations of the world to unity around Christ. The biblical theologian N.T. Wright has said that Jesus' proclamation of the kingdom of God was in continuity with the ancient hope that the tribes of Israel would one day be gathered, and that through a renewed Israel, the tribes of the world would be gathered into unity around the right worship of God. Think of Mount Zion, true pole of the earth. All the tribes go up to the place of worship. He further argued that the church understands itself in accord with Paul's musings in the 9th through 11th chapters of Romans to be the new Israel. That is to say, the instrument through which God has chosen to unite the myriad languages, peoples, and cultures of the world into one body of interdependent cells, molecules, and organs. What John Paul was recognizing was the manner in which the American motto expressed a kind of participation in, anticipation of, this full eschatological drawing of the many into one. And what he implied, therefore, is that an assimilation of the American political practice of ordered unity and diversity would be a desideratum. But what precisely is the nature of this practice? As you know, John Courtney Murray argued throughout his career that the separation of church and state and the granting of full religious liberty should be construed as articles of peace. That is to say, ways of fostering civil conversation and practical cooperation among those who entertain varying religious and philosophical perspectives. Neither should be read as religious indifferentism or as an invitation to the privatization of the faith and the stripping bare of the public square. Rather, they are the means by which those who disagree most radically can nevertheless find a sort of practical unity. And in this, the articles of peace, Murray always argued, are grounded in the instincts of the natural law, which are, on Aquinas' own reading, a participation in the fullness of the eternal law, which was made manifest in Revelation. Perhaps this is why the Fathers of Vatican II were willing, in Dignitatis Humanae, to baptize the distinctively modern practice of separating church and state and recognizing religious liberty as a fundamental right. And perhaps this is why both Murray and John Paul II were willing to appreciate E Pluribus Unum as a real, though imperfect echo of the church's own voice. I want to indicate a link, too, between Courtney Murray's articulation of American liberalism and that of Jeffrey Stout. In his Democracy and Tradition, Stout contends that a healthy American-style pluralism is not ideologically opposed to the presence of religion in the public conversation. Rather, it is, as Murray suggested, simply a means of adjudicating disputes in a civil manner among people with radically different conceptions of the whole. Such non-ideological liberalism is not opposed to the respectful and thoughtful injection of religious convictions into political discourse. As prime examples of this style of religious speech in the public square, Stout offers the second inaugural of Lincoln and the I Have a Dream speech of Martin Luther King. Addressing the nation in a political discourse, not a sermon, but a political discourse as the Civil War was coming to a close, Lincoln spoke in the cadences of an Old Testament prophet, using explicitly biblical language and referencing the punishment, providence, and mercy of God. And King, also speaking in a public forum, not as a sermon, on an issue of pressing political significance, and standing on the steps of Lincoln's memorial, drew massively on the moral and spiritual heritage of his Christian tradition. Neither Lincoln nor King should be read as blurring the distinction between church and state or attempting to impose a sectarian vision on the nation. Rather, each creatively and non-aggressively introduced his most deeply felt religious convictions into the public forum. One could argue here that Mario Cuomo's now infamous distinction between personal conviction and public performance represents a ham-handed resolution of what Lincoln and King handled so deftly. In fact, Cuomo's sharp dichotomization seems more in line with the ideological brand of liberalism urged by John Rawls or Jürgen Habermas, whereby religion as such must be excluded from properly public forms of political speech. It seems to me that the kind of American pluralism advocated by Murray and Stout is what the church can and should assimilate to itself. Here's the last one now. A third and final positive element in the American political culture is the idea of a limited government, carefully structured through a system of checks and balances. Chesterton commented that the single greatest contribution of Christianity to the West was the doctrine of original sin, the deep conviction that there's something wrong with us at a level so elemental that we cannot, even in principle, fix it on our own. Both classical and modern philosophy come together in advocating a version of human perfectibility. Plato and Aristotle thought we could reach full flourishing through growth in knowledge and virtue. Marx and Hegel thought we could achieve the same end through institutional change and social progress. Against both stands biblical Christianity. A constant theme of the scriptures is that left to their own devices, human beings tend to go bad. Even the heroes of the Bible, Moses, Jacob, Abraham, Isaiah, Elijah, are riven with flaws and stand constantly in need of the divine grace. More to it, there's no literature anywhere in the world that's so consistently critical of government and governors than the Bible. When the people of Israel ask for a king, the prophet Samuel warns them. These will be the ways of a king who will reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them to chariots to be his horsemen, to run before his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers and cooks and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive orchards and give them to his courtiers. He will take 1/10 of your flocks, and you shall be his slaves. That's 1 Samuel 8:11 through 17. How perennial sounds that description, how it seems to flow from today's headlines. When the people persist in asking for kings so they might be like the other nations, always a bad thing, by the way, in the Bible, Yahweh proceeds to give them, beginning with Saul, a line of some of the most dysfunctional, stupid, murderous, and idolatrous leaders in human history. Even David, the best of the Israelite kings, is an adulterer and a murderer. It's as though Yahweh is saying, I told you about these kings. Men and women formed by these biblical stories and by the doctrine of original sin will accordingly be profoundly skeptical of government and its officers. They will embody their suspicion institutionally in a number of ways. Thus, our founders determined that political leaders should be subject regularly to the scrutiny of the electorate, that they would, even while exercising power, be watched, checked, questioned by many others, both inside and outside the government. The Congress watches the president checks the Congress, the judiciary watches both of them, and appointments to the judiciary flow from the Congress and the president. And everyone's critiqued by a skeptical and free press, which in turn is disciplined through the dynamics of the market and in many other ways. This is a system born of the experience of being tyrannized. It's one with which Samuel the prophet, it seems to me, would be rather sympathetic. But even more fundamentally, the idea of limited government is grounded in the biblical sense that law and justice do not flow finally from the government, but from God. We heard that from Cardinal Wuerl this morning very clearly. That law and political institutions are under God was a conviction of the emancipation movement in the 19th century and the civil rights movement in the 20th. Martin Luther King could write his letter from the Birmingham City Jail urging civil disobedience precisely because he knew that unjust laws and cruel social practices can and should be challenged through appeal to an authority higher than the government. And of course, King, in that very letter, appealed to Thomas Aquinas, who taught the legitimacy of resistance to tyrants and to unjust law. Thomas's permission of civil disobedience was rooted in his understanding of positive law as a declension of the natural law, which itself is a declension of the eternal law. In the final analysis, the simplest traffic regulation, if it's just and good, is expressive of God's providential care for his world. And the most respected and venerable social practice, if it's unjust, runs counter to God's purposes. The great Catholic tradition knows that when the connection between the positive law and the natural law is severed, totalitarianism of either the left or the right follows. Therefore, this rich American instinct that government should be limited and disciplined, both from within and from without, is something the church can very much assimilate to itself and adapt to its purposes. Just a word now of conclusion. As I suggested at the very outset, the question is not whether the church ought to engage in a dialogue with the wider culture, but rather how. To deny the legitimacy of that conversation altogether is indeed to revert into sectarianism. And as Henri de Lubac reminded us long ago, the Church of Jesus Christ can never be a sect. Even when it consisted entirely of Mary and John at the foot of the cross, it was universal in form and purpose. I've tried to argue that the Schleiermacherian style of interfacing with the culture, massively influential these past 200 years, is both practically ineffective and theologically questionable. And I proposed the model of an assimilating church, neither defensive nor acquiescent, capable of both holding off what it must and taking in what it can. This approach, I hold, mimics the style of the greatest theologians of culture in our Catholic tradition. Origen, Augustine, Thomas, Newman, Balthasar, and is congruent with the style and substance of the Vatican II documents. St. Paul told us that in Christ's light, we should test every spirit, rejecting what is bad, retaining what is good. He also instructed us to bring every thought captive to Christ. The method I've advocated, I think, honors both those Pauline directives. God bless you all. Thanks for listening. Yeah, good. I got to leave soon, but a couple questions.
Yeah, we've promised Bishop Barron that his flight won't be late. If we have to, we'll delay it by manual means. I didn't mean that, by the way, if there's any press in the audience. And so we're going to take probably 2 questions, and then we'll see him go. So we're going to start right here in the green shirt, and then after that, we're going to come up here to you, ma'am. So the 2 questions are in the queue.
Thank you so much for coming, Your Excellency. I've been watching your videos since high school, and I'm a huge fan.
Good, thank you.
How do we, on your last point, how do we balance the sort of respect or appreciation in the American culture for suspicion of governmental authority with sort of promoting a filial obedience to a hierarchy of the church that doesn't come naturally to Americans?
Well, yeah, they're different orders, aren't they? I mean, so I think it's good and fine for us to be skeptical of kings and so on. We should be skeptical, too, of the church in the measure that it's a human institution. There's a human dimension to it. But in the measure it's a divine institution, it would be wrong then to adopt the stance of kind of dissent and opposition. And that's recognizing not, these are flawless human beings. It's recognizing the content of revelation. But the human dimension of the church, I think, should be approached with a similar kind of skepticism. But when it comes to government, I think there especially, I think we can and should have skepticism. Now, mind you, if I were writing a longer version of this paper, which I'm sure you'd all love to hear, the Bible's also really strong on kings. It loves kings. So look at David, how it holds up David, and it puts down David at the same time. So that represents something very important. But I think you have to distinguish the 2 orders there between the church in its supernatural dimension and any kind of government in its natural dimension.
Bishop Barron, just as a quick follow-up, do you think you see a lot more skepticism of church hierarchy in the United States than you see in other countries around the world? Is that good and healthy?
Yeah, I don't know if I see, certainly in Europe there's great skepticism, and I understand totally with the sex abuse scandals. I completely understand why there's so much skepticism. I mean, I share some of it, so I get that. The church, I think, has responded well institutionally to this, tremendous crisis. So I get it. But no, it's not a good thing in the long run, because if it goes all the way, then the church loses its proper influence and authority. And we have to distinguish between the treasure and the vessels all the time, right? So all of us are earthen vessels, but yet we're carrying a treasure, and the treasure really matters, and we shouldn't be skeptical about the treasure.
Yes, ma'am, for a final question.
Please.
I am a devout Catholic, and I've gotten Hi, my name is Barbara Dello. I'm a devout Catholic, and I've tried to get involved in the political process, and I've run into a moral dilemma. In the greatest commandment, Jesus gave us 2 directives: to love God and to love your neighbor. In the desire to love your neighbor leads you to generous social programs and social justice. In your desire to love God, it leads you to personal moral, a set of directives, and to follow his teaching. And that often conflicts and leads you to 2 different places from a political point of view. Now, I know you can't tell us your political leanings, and I wouldn't want you to, but how, as a Catholic, can you mesh those 2 directives to love God and to love your neighbor?
Well, I don't see them as being in conflict. I think the main distinction there is between ends and means. I mean, all of us should share the end of loving God, loving neighbor, helping the poor, as we've said. Then there's a question of means, how best to do that. And people of goodwill disagree about that. And we heard that today, So I think that's okay for people of goodwill to disagree about the means. But the ends we shouldn't disagree about. I mean, that's what's given to us as a divine command. And I don't see a conflict between the love of God and love of neighbor. One flows from the other, It's more ends means, I think, is the relevant distinction.
With that, we don't want to miss the plane. I want to thank all of you for joining us today. This is the this is the inaugural Catholic Summit. Perhaps it's annual, and you performed a really important role in turning out, especially those of you who are young people. Thank you so much. And please join me in thanking Bishop Robert Barron for being our final speaker.
Michael, God bless you.